I'd like to ask one more question. I believe that at the beginning of the year, some of you made New Year's resolutions, and some of you made New Year's resolutions. And I believe that one of those things you have on your resolution was to storm into tech, to get into tech, or to make career goals. Some of you had career goals that you intend to achieve, and we here at Analytics are intentional about helping you to achieve those goals. And that is why we have these programs that we have at Analytics. And right now I'm going to share a little bit about Analytics and tell you about a little bit about the program. Tonight we'll be having our founders, Adeza and Efemena, who are going to be sharing a lot about the program with us. But before they come up, I would like to give a glimpse of what we have. We here at Analytics are an edtech company focused on the Black community and the African community, focused on bringing tech to these communities and ensuring that we are able to secure tech roles and secure tech jobs in these communities. Now, we know that this industry is mostly dominated by foreign countries and by people outside our community. And that is why Analytics was established to ensure that we also are able to enjoy these opportunities, that we also are able to benefit from the tech community, and that we also are able to participate in the tech community. Now, here at Analytics, we have seasoned professionals that are here to guide you through this journey into tech. We have amazing professionals that are here to guide you into this journey. We have people who have worked across industries, people who have worked in companies like Google, like Amazon and KPMG and so on and so forth. And you are going to be meeting these amazing people on your journey. Very quickly, I want to introduce our founder and co-founder, Adeza, who has started this wonderful program for us. Without Adeza, we wouldn't be here right now. So I want you all to give him a warm welcome. Adeza is the founder of Analytics. He's an expert in analytics, and he has worked across many different industries. He has trained close to 1,000 participants. So I am confident that he can guide you through this journey. He's here to give you the best and the best. There's nowhere else you can get better than this. I want you to give a warm welcome to Adeza as he takes on from this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jedediah. Fantastic. Thank you for that warm introduction. So good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, depending on where you're joining us from, or good morning. I'll quickly kick off from where Jedediah has stopped, and I'll just go ahead and share my screen and we'll kick it up from there. Okay, super excited to have you join us today from different regions across the globe. And we'll be sharing something very insightful and something very interesting. A lot of people want to transition into tech, beginners and people that have also who want to pivot from their current career to new career path. So what I'll be doing today is guiding you, myself and Efemena will be guiding you on how to select the very best programs that would get you those jobs across different regions, and specific strategies on how you can navigate the tech ecosystem, because the tech ecosystem is very broad. So how do you narrow down the specific areas where you can extract the best value from? What I'll quickly do is, so that we don't have distractions, I'll mute everybody. Okay. And if you have any questions, please feel free to send that into the chat, or simply keep your questions till the end, and then we'll be very happy to take them. But if you send them to the chat, we'll do very well to answer those questions. All right. Our topic for today is navigating the tech landscape, and how do you identify in-demand tech jobs, and how do you make that transition into the tech ecosystem? And that's the focus. And this embodies the reason why we started Analytics in the first place. I always tell people this story. Myself and Efemena, we've had remarkable careers as data analysts, data scientists, data engineers. However, it wasn't very easy for us. And I'm sure a lot of people who have also been trying to make that transition themselves would find it very difficult at some point, because it's either you don't have a structured learning approach, or you don't even know what to learn. If you want to become a Scrum Master, for example, you want to become a data scientist, what do you need to learn to make that transition? It took us about 2 years to transition. And that was simply because we were learning everything, both the relevant and irrelevant. So it took us longer than we, anticipated, and we would have loved to. And we don't want so many people to have that same problem, because we've been able to crack the code. We've helped so many people, over 2,000 people over the last 3 years, to get their very first jobs within the tech ecosystem. And I'll be sharing how we've been so successful in doing that for other people. And that's pretty much who we are at Tenalytics, helping people of the Black community, Africans, both in Africa and also in the diaspora, to get into tech by providing you with top-notch premium training programs across different areas, from data analytics to business analysis, Scrum, HR analytics, AI engineering, cybersecurity, and so many more areas. Okay, let's look at what we have for today. And of course, just a brief introduction. Ifemena is also on the call right now, but I'm the founder of Tenalytics, data analytics expert. I've also worked as a data science consultant for different organizations in the UK, in the US, helping them make sense of the data that they have. Over the last few years, that focus has shifted from helping companies achieve their data strategies and getting insights to help them take data decisions, to helping individuals, especially within the African community, the Black community, to transition into tech. And I've worked in 5 different sectors, worked in educational technology, worked in energy, worked in financial services. And I'll be sharing how I was able to do that, sticking to particular sets of skills, but then skills that transcended multiple sectors. All right, I've trained over 8,500 people over the course of my career, and I'll be very happy to share some of those insights with you as well. So that's a brief introduction about myself in a nutshell. And I'll be inviting Ifemena to come up to introduce himself. If you're on the call with us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. So I have done a very fantastic introduction. Just to talk about a little bit about myself. First degree economics. Okay, so non-technical background, like the majority of you are. Okay, so I had my first degree in economics. I started working as a management consultant. I did that for about 4 years before transitioning into the tech space. So if currently you're not currently from a non-tech background and you're looking to transition, okay, myself and Adesa are the perfect professionals that would get you that advice that you need to get started. So from management consulting, transition into the tech space, majorly the data ecosystem. And over the years, the past couple of years, I've worked across different roles. Okay, I've worn different arts within the data ecosystem. So I've worked as a data analyst, data scientist. I've led different initiatives, different initiatives for different businesses within Europe, US, and within the Canadian job market. So, except that's my experience so far, and I'll be coming in to talk more about how the necessary steps you need to take in order for you to become whatever tech professionals that you want to become. All right. So we'll take it up from there. So Adesa, over to you. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ifemena. So I'll be showing us what we should expect today from myself and Ifemena, the different sections and phases of our program today. All right. So we are looking to take the next 2 hours and walk you through key areas that you need to focus on in 2024. For those of you who have tried to make that switch, you have tried to transition, but you've always found it difficult. How can you eventually crack that nut and start to get opportunities? So the very first thing I'll be showing you today is where the opportunities are. Okay, where are the opportunities in tech? Do I need to learn everything? Do I need to focus on so many areas, on multiple areas, or can I focus on specific areas and get the maximum benefits? So I'll be showing you that where the demand for the different jobs are. the shortage of skilled candidates, and also the reason why you struggle to land jobs. A lot of people struggle, and over the last, I would say about 5 years, from our interaction and mentoring of different individuals from diverse backgrounds, the reason remains the same, why people struggle to get jobs. Okay, so they come in, they find out that this is the problem they have. After they have discussed with us, we advise them on what to do. They join the program, and eventually they are able to make a headway. And I'll be showing you that as well. Ifemena will come back to talk to us about how to get into in-demand tech jobs. And Ifemena's focus would be on the career path that you should consider when you want to transition. Okay, what should you learn first? And let's take a typical example. I'm in Canada. I want to become a business analyst. I've always worked as a banker. What are the different areas I need to focus on to become a business analyst? Ifemena will come back to walk us through that. And then we'll talk about our upcoming cohorts starting on the 3rd of February, 2024. We'll share some success stories and also share some early bird discounts that we have for you. Okay, so let's get cracking. Where are the opportunities in tech? That's the very first question we're going to tackle today. Where do we have the opportunities? And for us to tackle this, you need to ask yourself the question, if there are opportunities, and what's the demand for these roles? Are there demand for this particular career path? Is the tech ecosystem not too broad? How can I narrow it down to specific areas? So that's the very first question we're going to look at. Where are the opportunities in tech? And one of the major reports I always advise people to look at is the IMF. The IMF in 2022 actually highlighted the fact that within the next 8 years, that was in 2022, by 2030, there will be a global shortage of over 85 million tech roles. A global shortage of over 85 million tech roles. And what this simply means is globally, across the globe, you'd have 85 million jobs waiting to be filled, but no skilled candidates to fill those jobs. And the jobs would not magically appear in 2030. You have those jobs today. You have different regions in the US, in the UK, and I'm going to show you the trend of over 72% of companies saying that they struggle to fill job roles because they can't find the right candidates. They can't find the candidates that have the skills to fill those roles. And we'll be showing you that while you have always focused on a particular path, for those of you that migrate to the UK, to Canada, there is a focus on one major sector. Interestingly, in terms of the number of candidates recruited in the UK, let's take the UK for example, in 2023, the tech represented the highest, followed by construction and trade, and then you have the health and care coming at number 5. So it appears, and because a lot of people would say that, oh, for you to get sponsorship, I must be a care worker. That was not the case. The case was simple. The jobs are in the tech ecosystem, and I'll be showing you how you can also take advantage of that. And the link to the report is also on the slide, so you have access to that. You can go read it and see how to latch into the opportunities. Another major report I'm going to share with you, and the reason why I'm sharing this report is simply for you to understand that if I want to transition and I want to get a job, I must approach this from a very deliberate and strategic standpoint. I can't listen to what everybody is saying. I have to look at what the number says and how can I tap into the opportunities based on these numbers. So we've seen the IMF telling you that you'd have over 85 million jobs available in 2030. The World Economic Forum also releases this report they call the Future of Jobs Report. I think they started since 2016, and every single year, they show you the jobs that would grow in demand and the jobs that would decline, all right? And at the left-hand side, you have the jobs that will grow in demand. And at the right-hand side, you have the jobs that would decline. Okay, that's between now and the next 3 to 4 years. Okay, so if I want to transition, I don't want to get a job where in the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, my job becomes irrelevant because it will decline over time. So and this is what I mean by strategic job positioning. You need to position yourself, not just looking at the short term, but also looking at the long term. So where are these opportunities? Where are the jobs that will grow in demand over the next few years? All right. And of course, the first one is AI and machine learning. And of course, we have seen the trend as well with regards to the new technologies that you have springing up today, generative AI, the large language models like ChatGPT, Cloud AI, Gemini, Bard, and so on and so forth. You'd see that springing up and driving the conversation you'd find within the tech ecosystem. You'd see roles like business intelligence analyst. A business intelligence analyst is a data analyst that focuses on the data warehouse, a database, SQL, and also business intelligence. So you are good with data warehousing using SQL. You are good with data visualization with Power BI, and you also understand the rudiments and fundamentals of database, and that's the business analyst. So the business analyst is a role that a data analyst can also take because you would also learn all those tools. And this is where the job application process becomes very, very important. Because I'll bet you that a lot of people would see the BI analyst role and they feel that, hey, I only learned data analytics. I don't know what BI analyst or business intelligence analyst means. And because of that, they don't go ahead to apply for those jobs and they lose out completely. All right. And I'll speak about that, shortly. You have information security, where you have job roles like cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a part of information security. As a cybersecurity analyst, your role is to secure the data, secure the networks, and secure the systems of organizations. All right. And these are roles that will grow in demand. So if you're going to transition, these are the areas you need to focus on. Where else? The data analyst and the data scientist. The data analyst and the data scientist. A lot of people transition into data analytics role, data science role. The data science role has been dubbed the sexiest job of the 21st century because you find yourself in a job role where you're not just telling people what happened in the business from the data perspective. You are telling them what is likely going to happen. So you are predicting the future of what would happen based on what has happened before. And that's the data analyst, data scientist role, right? Which other job roles or which career path would grow and rise in demand? The data engineers. The data engineering role is another role that will grow in demand within the next 3 to 4 years. It keeps on growing year on year. So if you're moving into this career path, you know that you're on the right track. You have the database architects, and of course, you also have the project managers. And I would like to speak a little bit about the project managers because a lot of people feel that I can only get a project management role if I am a project manager, but that's not the case. They think that I need to get the PMP certification to become a project manager, but that's very far from it. Okay. What are the different roles that the project manager can also get? You have the Scrum. As a Scrum Master, you are a project manager that focuses on product-led applications within a tech company. So you focus on products designed and developed by tech companies building those products, and you would manage the product and ensure that they are able to deliver on that particular application. And we'll talk about the Scrum as we move on into the rest of the career path. Who is the Scrum Master and what exactly does a Scrum Master do? It's one of the easiest ways you can get into tech. And why is that so? The Scrum Master focuses on one specific thing, methodology, which is what? Agile. The Scrum Master focuses on what? Agile. And what does Agile mean? Agile simply means we are working on an application rather than building all the application before we release the application to the market. We're going to build it in pieces. We're going to complete one component and simultaneously we are working on other components. So we can release something to the market, get feedback from the customers as user stories, and use that feedback to keep on iterating that product until we get what we want. And that's the product manager, the project manager, who is the Scrum Master eventually. So you have financial analysts. This is another role where you are a data analyst that focuses on the financial aspect of the company. So again, like I said, if I'm going to transition into a new career path, I'm not going to go blindly. I'm not going to decide to learn anything blindly. I'm going to focus on the areas where I would extract the maximum value, because these are the roles that will grow in demand over the years. Okay, now, what are the different trends across the globe based on the tech career path that are available within different regions? And a lot of people would say, I'm not sure there are jobs. I don't think the demands. Yes, the World Economic Forum has shown you that these are the areas to focus on. The IMF has also told you that there are jobs available and you'd have a shortfall of over 85 million roles. But what are the different countries, the major economies like the UK? The UK have been one of the major areas to get tech-related jobs, okay? And the hiring has always increased. And like I told you earlier, a lot of people would assume, because you have the domiciliary care, you have the health and care visa, and a lot of people assumed that that was where the jobs were. But if I want to get sponsorship, I have to focus on the health and care routes. But that was not the case between 2021 to 2023. The tech jobs reached the highest ever, and people got jobs within different areas as data analysts, business analysts, followed by trade and construction before you had teaching, and then health and care came in number 5. So when you ask the question in the UK, and because people always listen to so many things and what individuals that have no experience have to say, they find themselves doing jobs that they don't want to do. Because you listen to people and all they tell you is that the opportunities are in health and care, the opportunities are in domiciliary care, where you have to take care of old people, take care of people that can't take care of themselves, and that's the only job you can get. Forgetting that, all you have to do is look for where the opportunities are in the UK, check the shortage occupation list and where are these jobs, and then you can tap into those jobs, get a job which would eventually give you sponsorship. 72% of organizations will tell you that they have a skills shortage. Okay, they have jobs available, but they really can't get people to fill those roles. 72% of organizations have this particular problem. All right, and this is for the UK. Now, this is according to the Tech Nation. For those of you in the UK, are likely going to be familiar with the Tech Nation, and of course, Robert Half, who is one of the major recruitment agencies across the globe. Now, you also have in Canada, and I'll tell you something very interesting in Canada, okay? Companies in Canada have reported skill shortages. They have reported that they have jobs available for you, but they really can't find candidates to take those jobs. So they've had to increase the salaries of these jobs they put out there, okay? And the major jobs you'd find as data analysts, as business analysts, as Scrum Masters, they still struggle to get candidates for those roles. And apart from that, for the jobs available within the tech ecosystem, and we're taking 2022 as an example, 2023, I beg your pardon, last year, you had 32,000 jobs within the tech ecosystem. In Canada, a lot of Nigerians, the Japa craze, the Japa syndrome, everybody leaving their countries to migrate to the UK, migrate to Canada, and so on and so forth. Now, there are opportunities within tech, within the tech space. Out of the 32,000 jobs that were gotten by immigrants from different countries, India took 15,000 out of 32,000. And this is almost 50% of the jobs within the tech space. Nigeria was the only African country on the list that also got tech-related jobs. But guess what? Nigerians took only 1,808 out of the 32,000 jobs available. Guess what Nigerians were doing? They focused more on doing Uber, Deliveroo, and some other jobs, working in the warehouse, and so on and so forth. Not that there is anything wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. But the question is, these are jobs you want to do as survival jobs for the meantime, until you are able to upskill and apply to those jobs that will get you, the right career path, the right career progression at the end of the day. Just think about it. 32,000 jobs were available within the tech ecosystem to immigrants. And out of the 32,000, Indians took 15,000, about 50% of the jobs, while Nigerians, of course, Nigeria was the only African country on the top 10. They took just 1,802, and they were second on the list. And this is appalling. And for us at Tenalytics, these are the type of narratives we want to change. Okay, the skills to get these jobs are easy to get. They are easy to learn. And anybody who is committed, who can give 3 to 4 months of their dedicated focus, they can get these jobs within a very short period of time, get the skills and also get the jobs. Now, in the US as well, of course, the US is one of the regions where you find jobs available. God's own country, there are opportunities everywhere, okay? What are the trends you'd find in the US today? One of the things you'd find is the jobs that would increase and keep on rising in the US includes the data science role, the data analyst role, which would increase at a rate of 5.5% in 2024. You also have the role of the cybersecurity analysts that would also increase, and the data engineers that would increase by 5.2% in 2024. So these are roles that would increase and have been indicated, okay, by McKinsey. It's a report by McKinsey, and the analysis done in Canada, the jobs gotten within the tech ecosystem was done by the Economic Times in India. All right, so you get to see where we fall with regards to the opportunities. What type of jobs do we go out there to look for? People give excuses, and they give excuses like, we don't have Canadian work experience, we don't have this, we don't have that. The question is, out of 32,000 jobs, how did the Indians get the job? Did they have Canadian work experience? Did they have anything different from what you had? But they still got the jobs. And I'll tell you the reason why they have done this, or why they have been able to get so many jobs. Okay, I'll go to that very shortly, and I'll tell you the reason why. In the US, like I said, the tech industry keeps on increasing in terms of recruitment and getting people into the space. Even though you have the big techs today, retrenching based on the glut, they had recruited and over-recruited during the COVID. Different other companies are taking up those employees that have been laid off from the big tech. And you have job postings from last year increasing by over 25% from the previous year in 2022. So the opportunities are there, and people are taking advantage of these opportunities. And I'll be showing you how you can also take advantage. How did the Indians, how do they keep on doing it? Why are they everywhere? Why are they getting these jobs? And we, as Africans, are only focusing on getting jobs within the health and care, or getting jobs within the warehouse, which is very physical and also very demanding. How can we also start competing for these jobs available? Okay, just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. So how do we start taking advantage of these opportunities available within the tech ecosystem? And I'll explain that by telling you the reason why you haven't been getting jobs, all right? Why have you struggled to get jobs? Because a lot of people would come to me and say, Adaiza, I have been applying, I have done my best, I've done all I can, but I still cannot get a job. And people would ask some of those questions today. And I mean, that's the reason why we are here, right? But the major reason, the first reason is you keep on putting the cart before the horse. And let me take a pause and ask the question, all right? You can see this gentleman who is trying to go somewhere. He has the horse behind him and he has the cart in front of the horse. How do you think he can move from here? Just tell me very quickly. Type it in the chat. Do you think this guy would move, or do you think he would stay here for a very long time? Just type in the chat. He can move, or he would stay on this position for a very long time. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Just type it into the chat. What do you think? He's going to stay for a very long time. He can't move. Stay in the position for too long. Sonny, Stella said he can't move. He would stay in the position. He would not move. And that's what a lot of you are doing. You are putting the cart before the horse. Okay? You keep on doing this. People keep on making the mistakes, and people would still ask the same questions today. And what do I mean by you are putting the cart before the horse? You are not focusing on what is important. All right? You're not focusing on what is important. You are focusing on getting a paper qualification. All right? You'd remain on one spot for a very long time if all you keep on focusing on is on getting certificates. Oh, I want to do this certification. I want to do that certification. I need this certificate. I need that certificate. You're going to remain in one place for a very, very long time. And why is that the case? The tech ecosystem is very dynamic. It changes and moves very fast. Okay? So you need to show that you have the skills. It is a skill-based ecosystem where employers want to check and see that you have the right skills to get this job. They've seen what you've done, or they can see what you've done. So rather than focusing on just getting certificates comes after you have gotten the job, not before. What comes before? You focus on building a portfolio. You focus on getting the skills. All right? You need to have a portfolio to show proof of experience, proof of work, that you've done this before. You must have that. If you don't have it and you have just a paper to show for it, you would never ever get a job. I've seen so many of them like that. They have all the certification in the world. They've applied to so many jobs, but then when they're called upon, can I see your portfolio? What type of projects have you worked on? They'll just stand and look, because they really haven't done, so much work to show the depth of the skills and the depth of their knowledge. So don't put the cart before the horse. Put the horse before the cart. Learn the skills, solidify the skills, hone the skills, build a portfolio. If you tell me that I want to get a job as a data scientist and I ask you for your GitHub profile, share a link with me. Let me look at the kind of projects you worked on to see how good you are with the skills I'm trying to hire for. All right? And last but not the least, learn in public. Some of you learn in hiding. So you are learning, but nobody knows what you can do. Nobody knows the skills that you have, because you are learning, but you are learning in hiding. So you have to learn in public. You have to share what you learn, share your experience on LinkedIn and so many other platforms. All right? If you don't do this, you are going to find it very, very difficult to make the transition, because you're going to keep on applying. Organizations will keep on rejecting your CVs if you don't do a couple of things, or when you eventually get into interviews, if you are lucky enough, you really can't show that you have worked on so many projects that will give them the confidence to get you hired. That's number one. Don't put the cart before the horse. Number two, you trivialize the job application process. And a lot of people fall within this category. You trivialize it. And what do I mean by trivializing? You think it is a walk in the park. I'm just going to apply to 5 jobs and I'm just going to get 1 interview. I go for the interview and I get the job. It doesn't work that way. Job application is a serious business, and we take it just the way it is as a serious business at Tenalytics. Your job application is a job on its own, and you have to apply for those jobs from a strategic point of view. If you don't take that approach, you're going to find it very difficult to land a job. And that's why so many of you have been struggling to land jobs. You send out 1,000 applications, 100 applications, but you focus on volume. Forget volume. You focus on what? Quality volume, not just volume. You see a Scrum Master role, you throw out your CV. You see a business analyst role, you throw out your business analyst CV. You see a data analyst role, you throw out your data analyst CV. You keep on putting out volume, but then the volume is not quality. You have not tailored your CV to that job application. You have not done a job match. All right, so what is tailoring your CV? Tailoring your CV is simply, I'm applying to a job and the job advert wants somebody who is good with data visualization, wants somebody who has worked in cross-functional teams, and also wants somebody that is a SQL expert, SQL expert. That's the job requirement. But on your own CV, you have not tailored your CV to show that you are somebody who is very good with data visualization, number 1. You have not shown that you are an expert with Excel, and you have not shown that you have worked in cross-functional teams, and you throw out your CV there. You're not going to get any positive outcome. So for every job application, you must always tailor your CV to meet the requirements of that particular job role. And secondly, once you have done that, you must do a job match. And there's so many applications to do that. You have JobScan, okay? And these are some of the things we show you how to do at Tenalytics. JobScan, you have Jobalytics, and you have a couple of them, okay? And what do they do for you? They take your CV, they take the job application, the job requirements, and they tell you, by what percentage you match that particular job. All right, so your CV matches the job by 85%, which is very good. But if you're trying to apply and you see that your CV matches the job by just 65%, don't waste your time. You're not likely going to get called for an interview. So if you haven't done this during the job application process, you're going to struggle all through the job application. You're not going to get a job. All right. And the last thing is, you don't know that interviewing is also selling. When you go for an interview, you are literally selling yourself. Most of you don't know this, and that's very, very important. So interviewing is selling, and I've interviewed so many people. I've prepared so many people for interviews. I've been on the 2 sides. I have applied to different job roles over the course of my career. And I've been at the side where I'm the one, being asked the questions. And I've been at the other side where I am the one asking the questions. And I'll tell you for a fact that interviewing is one of the critical steps to you getting the job. The best person doesn't get the job. I'll tell you for a fact. The person that can sell, him or herself would eventually get the job. Okay, and you don't want to, a lot of you have zero interviewing skills. You don't know how to interview. Questions as simple as, tell me about yourself. You struggle. Oh, my name is Adeza Suleiman. I am from Kogi State. I'm the first son in my family. I'm from this local government. You start telling things that are so irrelevant to the job. How about you using the SEAT approach to introducing yourself? And there are different frameworks, different techniques to answering some of these questions. SEAT, S simply means skills. E simply means experience. A simply means achievements. And T simply means traits or type of person. So if you're introducing yourself, you start from your skills. What skills do you have? And it must also be tailored to the job you are applying to. All right, what's your experience? You talk about your experience. I have 5 years experience. I have close to a decade experience cutting across multiple sectors as a data analyst. I've worked as a BI engineer, yeah, and so on and so forth, right? Achievements, list at least 2 key achievements or even one that is relevant to the job you're applying to. So if the job you're applying to, for example, requires you to manage database infrastructure, you can talk about a previous achievement in a previous organization where I led the design and development of a database that warehoused all the data from all the departments within that company. Prior to me joining the organization, there was no database, but I came in and I was able to structure a database to get our reporting efficient, and that saved us 20% of our time for reporting. Okay, so you talk about your achievements that is relevant to the job you're applying to, and then you talk about your traits or the type of person you are. All right, so maybe one of the core values of that company is professionalism. You talk about your person as being professional, how professional you are as an individual based on your years of experience in different other organizations. And if you are able to structure this to answer the question, tell me about yourself, you answer that question constructively in a logical manner. So a lot of you don't know this, that I need to prepare for interviews. I need to preempt the questions. I need to know what I'm likely going to be asked so that I present myself in the very best form. And that's why interview is simply selling yourself. And for those that know this, that interviewing is a sales business, I need to go there and sell myself, they get the job, not the person who is the best in Python or the person who is the best in Excel. So these 3 fundamental areas form the reason why so many people find it difficult. And I'm sure if you don't fit into the 3 buckets, you fit into one. It's either you're pursuing certificates before even having the skills. If I give you a project on Excel or Power BI, you cannot solve it, but you have a certification that shows that you've passed an exam. All right, I ask you how many jobs you're applying to. You tell me you apply to 3 jobs every day, 5 jobs every day, using the same CV, and you want to get a job. Impossible. It's never going to happen. I ask you to introduce yourself. I ask you to tell me about a time you have used Power BI to solve a problem, and you cannot answer the question constructively. How do you get the job? All right. And over the last few years, we've seen that these forms the 3 key parts on why people cannot get jobs. And what have we done at Tenalytics? We've been able to create a framework that would prepare you for everything that you need in terms of applying to jobs. Because applying to jobs itself is a job on its own. So how do you match your CV? How do you tailor your CV? How do you position yourself in a way that recruiters would see you and get you called for interviews? Your CV is your representation in paper format. How would somebody see your CV and feel so compelled to invite you for an interview? These are the things we show you how to do. We prepare you for interviews. You have an interview, you need to be prepared for that interview. You can't wing it. You can't just go into an interview without meeting with somebody who has either worked in that same capacity or has insights into how you can get the best out of that interview. All right. So for us, the programs we offer at Tenalytics, there are 3 reasons why we selected those programs. And number 1 is the ease of learning. Okay, because there are so many areas in tech, but you can't learn every single part of the tech ecosystem. So one of the reasons why we selected the programs, looking at the IMF report, the World Economic Forum, Future of Jobs reports, we also looked at the career paths that are easy to learn. Okay, we also looked at career paths that are easy to transition and get a job. So if I've learned AI, for example, or I've learned data analytics or data science, since the World Economic Forum has said that these are the jobs that will grow in demand. So I want to transition. How long would it take me to learn data analytics, to learn data science? And when I'm done learning, are there opportunities for me? How do I get a job? How do I apply? What are the different, job roles I can fit into or find myself in when applying to get a job in that particular area? And last but not the least, it must have high and rewarding salaries. Okay, so we looked at these 3 criteria, and then we came up with 8 different career paths for 2024. One is still in the works, and I'll share that with you, but we have these 8 career paths today. And this is based on the analysis we've done, the reports by the IMF, the reports by the World Economic Forum, and also looking at the trend across the major economies. Where are the opportunities? As a business analyst, you get fantastic opportunities. In the UK, this is one of the job roles this is one of the career paths that will get you a job, almost instantly. Data analytics, as a data analyst, as a financial analyst, HR analyst, full stack data science, Scrum Master, data engineer, and cybersecurity. So these are the 8 career paths that are easy to learn, easy to transition, and have high and rewarding salaries. And you also find them in the reports, the World Economic Forum reports, that shows that these are career paths that will grow in demand, irrespective of where you are across the globe. So I want to ask you a question very quickly. Out of all these 8 career paths, I want you to tell me your desired career path going into the new year 2024. Just type it into the chat. Do you want to get into data analytics, business analysis, financial analytics? What is your desired career path going into 2024? Okay, business analysis, data analyst, cybersecurity. Interesting, data engineering. Data engineering is a fantastic career path. Okay, data science, cybersecurity, Scrum, cybersecurity and data analytics, cybersecurity, data engineering, business analysis. Interesting, fantastic, brilliant. Okay, so now, and the reason why we take our time to walk you through all these things is very simple. It's simply because we want you to select a career path that you have an understanding that this is not just based on the buzz and the hype. It is based on the fact that these career paths will be relevant in the next 5 years, the next 10 years. And if I'm transitioning into these roles, I can rest assured that I'll get jobs across the major economies. If I'm in Nigeria, I can apply and get a remote job as a Scrum Master for companies across Europe and in the US. I can work as a business analyst, work remotely. I'm living in Manchester. I can work for companies in London as a business analyst. And these are some of the roles, the career path that can get you those opportunities. Okay, so fantastic. I've seen all the things you posted in the chat. And a lot of people would always feel that it always seems impossible until it is done. Okay, so how do you navigate into this career path? Has anybody done it before? Has Tenalytics helped people? And like Ifemena likes to say, we get evidence. The evidence is all over the place. All right, we've had people who have trusted us to join our program. They've worked with us and they have gotten phenomenal results. All right. You have Abigail. I'll just highlight them very quickly. Okay, I'm not going to dwell on that because of time. You have Abigail, and I'll tell you a bit about Abigail. Abigail migrated to Canada. She worked as a care worker in Canada, joined our business analysis program, and today Abigail got a job in Edmonton. She moved from a location, Saskatchewan, moved to Edmonton as a business analyst. One of the things that helped Abigail was, number one, the fact that she was dedicated to listening and working with all the things we had told her to do, all the strategies. If you tell Abigail, you need to jump, she would ask you how high. If you tell Abigail, this is what you need to do, this is how you need to apply to jobs, Abigail was dedicated and she got the results. And she got a job as a business analyst. And the video where she spoke about that, the link is also on the slide. You get the slides eventually. All right. You have Biola. is an accountant or was an accountant in Nigeria, moved to the UK, and today Biola works with one of the largest financial services company in the UK after completing our data analytics program. All right, you have Shade, who has never done anything tech before, never, fresh out of a different career path, also in the UK. And Shade was able to get a job as a data scientist as well after completing the program. But I want you to listen to Gbenga before I bring up Ifemena to continue with the rest of our session today, which Ifemena will be coming back to talk to us on how to become a business analyst, just like Abigail did it and got a job in Canada. How to become a data analyst working for a financial company in the UK, just like Biola. How Shadi was able to get the data science role. What did she do? What did she learn? And what was her learning, approach? And then I want you to listen to Gbenga. Gbenga was unemployed for 2 years in Poland, and this shows you the diverse backgrounds of the participants that come to us, because people would ask the question, do we have people that have gotten jobs in Nigeria? Do we have people that have gotten jobs in Canada, in the UK? We can't put everybody on the same slide, but you have a diverse background of people from different regions, and you get to hear their stories and what they've been able to do. So let's quickly listen to Gbenga. 2 years, Gbenga was in Poland and he couldn't get a job. All right, he joined our program. We worked with Gbenga, helped him during his interview. I prepared Gbenga several times, and today Gbenga works as a business data analyst with a company in Poland. And Gbenga will tell you, if you listen to him, when he got the job, he sent me a message and said this was his dream job. Why? It was hybrid. He had to work, just had to go to the office twice a week. He worked 3 days from home, and the salary was also fantastic. All right, so I want us to listen to Gbenga, listen to him yourself, and then I'll bring in Ifemena to come back and walk us through the rest of today's session. Just give me 1 second, and then I'll do that. So let's listen to Gbenga very quickly. Hello. Right, so it's just a 1 minute, 30 seconds video. I'll play that very quickly, reshare my screen so that you can hear the audio. But I want you to take out time to listen to Gbenga, be very attentive, take out all distractions. You need to listen to how Gbenga did it for those of you who would want to do the same. All right, so let's listen and let's hear what Gbenga has to say.
Hello everyone, my name is Olaguju Gbenga. I want to share the testimony of how I was able to secure a very good job by the help of Tenalytics. I was searching for a job for almost 2 years. I came across Tenalytics on Instagram. I sent a DM and they were helpful. I enrolled in the data analytics course and it was awesome. I learned a lot about Excel, data analytics, Tableau, how to organize data and also to draw insights from data, how to build a dashboard and also to write a report, conclusions of data. So I must say Tenalytics is the right place to learn how to be a data scientist, how to be a data analyst, how to be an HR analyst and so on like that. They are always around. They have the best hands to take care of your needs when it comes to data. So I enrolled in the course, and even during the course, I started applying for jobs and I started getting interview calls, and they were also available to explain and also give me preparation questions on how to approach these interviews and also to pass them. I was able to secure and even get about 4 offers after all my interview sessions. So I must say that Tenalytics have really been a great help to me, and I was able to secure a job of my dreams, literally. Thank you. Refer people, tell your friends about them, enroll today, and the sky is your limit. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's Gbenga. I'll tell you something very interesting. You heard Gbenga and you heard all what he had to say. We've had about 11 people join our program from Poland alone, and all the 11 people came from Gbenga. So Gbenga referred 11 people to join Tenalytics. And of course, that was because of the value that he got. And he was also able to secure a job where people were asking, how did you do it? How were you able to get this? And he referred them back to us. I have a very good relationship with Gbenga in the sense that I prepared him for his interviews, so I know his story very well. And when Gbenga got the job, his excitement was astounding. He was very excited. And when he said he got the job of his dreams, I tell you for a fact that it was really the job, you know, of his dreams, because before he started, he told me categorically he's been applying and trying for 2 years. He needs to get a job, and eventually he was able to do that. And there are so many other people. We'll be sharing the stories as we move on through the slides, but I just quickly want to walk you through the type of salaries that are, I would say, game-changing for anybody across the major economies, for anybody who wants to work remotely, get jobs, earn in dollars, earn in euros, spend in naira, spend in cedis, depending on your location. How do you take advantage of these jobs? As a business analyst, for example, across the major economies, what do you stand to earn? In the UK, per annum, on the average, is about £52,500. Canada is about $74,000, over $74,000 Canadian dollars per annum, and in the US, over 85,000 US dollars. And as a financial analyst or a financial analytics professional in the UK, over 51,000 pounds. In Canada, on the average, close to 70,000, about 69,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, 74,000 US dollars. And as a data analyst in the UK, over 40,000 pounds in the UK per annum. In Canada, over 64,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, over 72,000 US dollars. The US tends to pay a whole lot more than the other regions, and you see that, you know, very clearly. In the UK, you have about 32,000 pounds per annum as a HR analyst. In Canada, about 71,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, 62,000 US dollars. And of course, for the other career path, as a full stack data science, you enter the 6 figures in the US, 121,000 US dollars. In the UK, 55,000 pounds per annum, and in Canada, close to 6 figures as well, 94,000 Canadian dollars. As a data engineer, which is one of the highly paid roles you'd find across within the data ecosystem because of the demand for data engineers. In the UK is about 65,000 pounds. In Canada, about 102,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, 6 figures again, 134, just like in Canada as well. And for the Scrum Master, which I always say, the Scrum Master is that individual or that professional that gets to do in terms of technical task. You get to do the least technical task for the highest reward possible. All right. And the Scrum Master is also one of the easiest entry into the tech ecosystem. In the UK, about 52,000 pounds. In Canada, 74,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, 85,000 US dollars. And as a cybersecurity analyst, 6 figures as well in Canada and in the US. In the UK, about 57,000 pounds per annum. In Canada, 140,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, 105,000 US dollars. And these are the amazing salaries. Now, the beauty is not just the average salary you get per annum, but you have a career progression. You know how you can move across the career ladder, and the focus would simply be to do your job very well, network, and have very good working relationships across the organization, and you keep on growing. And there are so many other strategies that we also put you through when you join our programs on how to scale and almost double your salary within a year after you've gotten your first job, doing something we call job hopping. Okay, and I'll call on Ifemena to come back to walk us through the rest of our session today. This first part shows us where the opportunities are. As a business analyst, data scientist, HR analyst, financial analyst, data engineer, Scrum Master, cybersecurity analyst. These are where the opportunities are. And we've seen people that have done amazing work. They've gone through the program, they've gotten jobs. We talked about Abigail, we talked about Biola, we talked about Shade. Patience also got a job as a data analyst. You have Benga, you listen to Benga. We have Nathaniel, who's a data scientist working with the largest pharmaceutical company in Spain, joining our data science program. You have Oluwatosin, who works as a fraud analyst. And these are some of the things we show you. As a data analyst, you don't just work as a data analyst. You can work as a fraud analyst, benefits analyst, sales analyst, and so many other areas. We have Ikmat, who works with the NHS as a data analyst on full visa sponsorship. The link is there to listen to Ikmat on what she was able to do, the role Tenalytics played in helping her. We have Timmy. Timmy Vaughn is a lawyer who transitioned to business analysis. He worked with us at Tenalytics and we helped him make that transition. You have Ramat, also working with the NHS in the UK as a business analyst, also on full visa sponsorship. You have Michael, who recently got a job as a sales engineer after joining our data engineering program, also in the UK, indicating that the mentorship and interview prep helped him get the job. And you have Idris, who has worked with Land Rover, Jaguar Land Rover in the UK as a data engineer after training with us. And you also have Victor, you have Sonia, HR analyst, Victor, working from Nigeria, Lagos, working for a company in the US, in Chicago, Illinois, working remotely as a people operations analyst. And was able to do that just 2 months after joining the program with us. All right, and you have so many other people. You have Solomon, who was from an engineering background, joined our financial analytics program and immediately got a job as a financial analyst with Kegos Group in Nigeria. We have Chika, who currently works as a financial analyst. And if you listen to Chika's video, I want you to listen when you receive the slides. He said what? Tenalytics has been a blessing to him. He's been in the UK trying to get a job, doing his master's, completed his master's, the interview prep, the references we had to write for him, got him the job eventually. Okay, you have Tony, who got a full visa sponsorship from the NHS as a benefits analyst. And when I come back towards the end, I'm going to play Olugbemi's video for you. All right, if there is anybody you can emulate from any of our alumni, Olugbemi is one of the participants worthy of emulation. All right, Olugbemi currently is in Canada. He got a job after joining our program as a business data analyst. And today, he transitioned to a new role called a solutions analyst with one of the largest insurance companies in Canada. Okay, I worked with Olugbemi closely. We helped him write his references on both occasions when he got the job, and we prepared him for his interview. I'm going to play his video so you listen to what he had to say. For so many of you that are trying to do the same thing Olugbemi has done. All right, so I'll be handing over to Ifemena. Ifemena will come back, and Ifemena will show us, if I want to get into any of the career path, what do I need to learn? How do I learn? What's the structure? How do I position myself? And forget about all the things you hear out there. Oh, you need to do this, you need to learn this. But the people telling you about this also don't have a job. They haven't gotten the jobs they're trying to get. So Ifemena will walk us through all of that in the next 30 to 45 minutes, and then we'll take Q&A and call it a day. If you've learned anything new, you've learned something out of this session, before we move on to Ifemena, just type in a yes into the chat. I want to see the excitement. If you've learned something new today, just type in a yes into the chat. I can see Anthony. Anthony, I think you've been in one of our sessions before. Okay, you've learned something new, how you can start to position yourself, how you can start to think differently as an African, as somebody from the Black community, or anybody who wants to transition into tech. You've probably been doing something wrong all this while, but you have no idea. But then that's the reason why we are here for you. Fantastic. I can see all the, Femi says, yes, it's been awesome, gained a lot of knowledge, but that's just scratching the surface. Efemena is going to come to walk us through things you'd never even imagine, okay? Or you've always imagined it to be different. Efemena will show us how exactly we can start to learn, to get into some of this career path and get the best value out of it. So Ife, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. And I'll just continue from where Adisa stopped, okay? And when you guys are putting the yeses in the chat here, I was so excited. Like I'm so excited. The energy is absolutely contagious. And I want us to keep up that energy, okay? I want us to keep up with the same energy. All right. So a lot of Adisa earlier asked questions around what career path amongst the ones you see on the screen would you be interested in? And all of you just you went ahead to type in your interest. Oh, I want to become a business analyst. 2024. I don't go believe for anybody. I will become data engineer. I'll become a data engineer. I'll become a financial analyst. I'll become an HR analyst, and so on and so forth. So all these key career paths that we have discussed about the past hour, okay? And now we're going to be looking at this, okay? The key question is, what do you need to learn in order for you to become, any of these career paths that you want to become? Now, Adisa mentioned something while we're talking, while we started the session. All right, we transition, and our transition from being a consultant from a non-technical field into the technical, the technical space itself, the technology space. It took us about 2 years. Okay, but now the key question we kept asking ourselves: should it have taken us 2 years to transition from whatever background we were into the new role that we got into? It did have taken us 2 years. And the answer is no. Ideally, it shouldn't take us 2 years to get started in any of these career paths. And that's exactly what we are going to demystify this afternoon. All right. I want to become a business analyst. What do you need to learn? Data analytics, what does it even entail in the first place? All right. And that's the way we'll break it down till everybody is satisfied with the session and we can call it a day. All right. So now, what I would say, as we continue with the session, please get a pen, get a jotter, jot things down, and write down your questions so you don't forget. All right. I might not be able to take questions during the session, but I'll be happy to take questions after the session. So jot down your questions so you don't forget your questions. All right. So let's shoot. Okay. Let's jump. Let's jump into the main meat of the session. Okay. The other part of the session. All right. Let's jump into it. All right. Now, business analysis. Your goal is to become a business analyst in 2024. All right. How do you become a business analyst? Who is a business analyst is the first question. Now, a lot of people have a misconception, and one major misconception is people think that business analysis, all right, is the same thing, okay, as data analytics. Okay, this is DA. Okay, data analytics. A lot of people feel like business analysis and data analytics are the same thing. All right, they feel like they mean the same thing. But in real fact, these two terminologies don't mean the same thing. They're not even they are not, they have maybe just a tiny relationship with one another. All right, and I'll explain the relationship they have with one another anyways, but they are two different career paths. So a business analyst, a data analyst, they are two different career paths. That's one thing that we need to establish right off the bat, okay? Now, who is a business analyst, or who is someone that does, business analysis, or what does it even entail in the first place? Now, this professional or this particular field is more focused on business process, okay? These people are more focused on business process. Now, if you think about it here, you're currently on the call. You're currently on the call Analytics Masterclass, Tech Series Masterclass. Now, if I should ask you, how did you get here? Let me ask you a question. You sitting down, watching me right now. How did you get here? How did you get to this call? Where did you get that link that you clicked on and you joined this call? All right. You see, before you go to that end point of you clicking on the link and joining this call, there has been a series of process you've gone through to get to this call. All right. So first of all, you saw an ad on Instagram, you saw an ad on Facebook, you saw an ad on whatever, or an influencer posted a video about analytics, and then you clicked it. So you see, process started from you watching, or you listening, or you doing something. There was a start point. all right, to the process of you being here today. All right. So every business is built around its processes. All right. Its processes. Okay. Now, the job of the business analyst is to see, this process, how can we make it efficient? Okay. How can we make it efficient, smooth? Can somebody say smooth, clean, without stress? All right. The moment a business process, the moment businesses process, the business process is smooth and efficient, all right, the likelihoods that the business will likely make more money, all right, there are likelihood that customers are more satisfied, so on and so forth. You could list an array of benefits of having an efficient business process. Now, let's take a very typical example of, we all go to hospitals, okay? All right. All right. So you go to an hospital, or you're a business analyst, okay, working within an hospital. Okay. So you see, in this hospital, let's say currently, all right, wait time, I'll just say WT, wait time is about 40 minutes. So when you get to the hospital, it takes you about 40 minutes before you see the doctor. Okay. It takes a patient about 40 minutes to see the doctor. Now that is a process. Okay. When the patient comes in, pardon my drawing, okay, we all like to draw like this. When the patient comes into the hospital, all right, it takes them 40 minutes, okay, 40 minutes in order for them to see the doctor. Okay, I'll put a cap on top of the doctor's head. See it takes them 40 minutes. But now the business analyst will start to look at it and say that, why should it take us 40 minutes? Why should it take on average 40 minutes before a patient will see a doctor? Maybe a lot of patients are complaining. A lot of people are leaving the hospital to say that, neighbor, in the next hospital down the road, they're doing it in less than 10 minutes. They're doing it in 5 minutes. They're doing it in 20 minutes. All right. So you see, that process is cumbersome, and that is why you're losing a lot of customers. All right. So we're trying to look at the business analyst is good to look at that process, okay, and start to do what? Figure out ways to improve the process. So there's something we call current state, okay? There's something we call the current state, okay? Current state, okay? Which is what is happening at this point in time, which is 40 minutes. The current state is if the patient comes into the organization, it takes them 40 minutes to get to see the doctor. Now, the future state, the business analyst will be the one to determine through requirement gathering, elicitation, and so on. The future state, all right, is, okay, can we do it in less than 10 minutes? So once the patient comes in, it takes them less than 10 minutes to see the doctor, all right? So that's what we call, this is the current state, and this is what we call the future state. Now, from this current state to the future state, there is something in the middle that is impeding, all right, this movement, okay? That is impeding this transition from current state to the future state. And that is what we call gap, okay? There's a gap. There's a gap between the current state and the future state. And that's where we now lead us to gap analysis, okay? To start to analyze what are the certain things that are happening within the organization that is impeding us from getting less than 10 minutes wait time, all right? And so on and so forth. And you see, this particular professional is this professional that is more concerned, that is the people person, all right, that knows how to talk to people, that knows how to document, that knows how to, get things done, essentially, all right? So that is the role of a business analyst. There's still more to it, okay? This is just to give you a tip of the iceberg, to give you a tip of the iceberg as to what a business analyst is all about, what business analysis is all about. Now, the key learning areas for the role of a business analyst, you'll see the first thing you're going to learn there is analytics, Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Now, the question you would not ask, a lot of people, will be puzzled, like, okay, why are we learning analytics? If you mentioned the business analyst and the data analyst, their roles are very different, okay? They're different, all right? What the business analyst does, is different from what a data analyst does. But now, you see, over time, there has been, a lot of merger, a lot of organizations that are looking to merge these roles together. Okay, to say that, oh, a business analyst. Okay, I'm looking for a business analyst with a spice of data analytics. All right, I'm looking for a business analyst with a spice of data analytics. So a lot of recruiters and a lot of organizations are now looking to hire business analysts that can do a little bit of data analytics. And that's exactly what you'll be learning here. So you'll be learning Excel like a data analyst. You'll be learning Power BI like a data analyst, and you will also be learning SQL like a data analyst. All right. So this one just keeps you ahead of majority of the applicants trying to get into the same job role. All right, trying to transition. All right. So you see a lot of roles now that are called business data analyst or business systems analyst. Majority of these roles require you to have a little bit of data analytics experience. Okay, and that's the reason why we infused it. And one of the benefit of going through to analytics is the fact that you are going to be working with people that are currently in the industry. So we know what is attainable. We know what you need to learn in order for you to get started. All right. So Excel, Power BI, and SQL, those are the key things you'll learn those data analytics skills before you now move into the key learning areas for a business analyst. So you see number one there, you see it's process mapping. Process mapping, like I said, the business analyst is focused on the business processes to see how those processes can be enhanced, made more efficient than they were earlier. All right. So you need to be able to do what we call process mapping, the start point and the end point. How can we now start to break down certain backlogs? How can we start to break down certain, hindrances within the process itself? All right. Thereafter, you talk about project initiation planning, you talk about agile and scrum for projects, you move into software development lifecycle, requirement fundamentals, elicitation, stakeholder analysis and engagement, ChatGPT for business analysis. So you see all these things have been put together. So this part here, the first part you see here is the data analytics, but you see every other part that you have here is what is more focused for the business analyst. Okay, so you're going to be having you'll be learning business analysis with a spice of data analytics. Now, the entire learning curve for this particular training program is a total of 4 months. So if you're really looking forward to becoming a business analyst, the entire learning journey timeline is 4 months. Okay. 2 months of learning, 2 months of immersive learning, and 2 months of internship. So you're going to be working on internship, and I'll tell you what you'll be building. You'll be working on an application. You'll be working on a live application, building a web app development project. Okay, so these are the things that you will get to learn, get that life experience, get that real life experience that you're looking for in order for you to get started in business analysis. All right. So if you're looking to become a business analyst this year, trust me, this is the best package you will get anywhere on planet Earth. Okay. All right. So you learn this analytics, you merge it with business analysis, and thereafter you work on an internship where you'll be working on real life projects, where you'll be building a web app, and deploying it, to a particular solution for a particular business itself. So you learn Excel, Power BI, you get to work with SQL, Lucidchart, Confluence, Jira, Draw.io, Trello, and ChatGPT. So I'm sure you guys are excited about that. So if you're looking to business analysis, all right, this is the program that you need to go into. Now, moving on to data analytics. Okay, moving on to data analytics. Data analytics, these guys are the data professionals. Okay, these are the data professionals. All right. And these guys are basically answering questions. Their job is to use data to answer questions, Okay. Now, what kind of questions will these guys be answering? Okay. What questions? These data analysts and data professionals that use data to answer business questions or to answer questions. Now, what questions are these guys going to be answering? There are 2 types of questions. Number 1 is descriptive analytics. Descriptive. Okay. And the next one is diagnostic. Okay. All right. Diagnostic analytics. Okay. All right. 2 types. So descriptive and diagnostic. Now, the first question there, okay, which is descriptive analytics, the first question you'll be answering as a data analyst is, what happened? Kilo Shelley. All right. What happened? What happened? That's a question. Now, the business needs to understand what happened in previous periods, okay? Previous periods. So last month, what was our total revenue for last month? Okay, how many customers did we generate last month? What was our total sales, all right, in Abuja last month? Compare Lagos performance to Abuja's performance. What was our total sales in London? All right, what was our revenue? What was our profit loss? What was our loss? And so on and so forth. So you need to answer those questions. What happened? Now, after the data analyst should have the skill set to be able to, answer those questions to say that in January, all right, our total profit, our total revenue was 40 million. All right. Now in February, all right, we made 45 million. All right. And in March, okay, we made what? We made, let's say, 55 million, 55 million. Then in April, we now made 75 million. Okay. So we did 40 to 45 to 55, and we went all the way to 75 million. All right. So we've explained January all the way to April. This is the trend. This has been the trend. 40 to 45 to 55 to 75. But now the next question is why? Okay. Or how did that happen? Okay. Did that happen? Okay. How did that happen? Okay, or why did that happen? So why did we jump from 55 to 75? What was the total? We made 40 million in January, but what constituted the sales? Okay, what products sold the most? In what region did we make the most revenue? You're drilling deep to answer the reason why you made 40 million. All right. So you also see there was a significant jump from 55 to 75. All right, from March to April, there was a 20 million jump. All right, there was a 20 million jump, even from 45 to 55. That is a significant jump. All right, so you need to figure out why did it happen. What did we put? What were the certain initiatives that we put in place to ensure that we moved from 45 to 55 million? Why did we move from 55 to 75 million? So that's when you start to drill in more, using data to drill in more to answer these questions. To say that, what did we do? Did we run a specific ad? Did we run an ad? Did we do like a marketing campaign? All right. If we even did a marketing campaign, why did that marketing campaign perform better than it did in the previous month? So there's so many scenarios that you have to play with. All right. So these guys, the data analysts, have become the oracle within the business. So if the CEO, the CFO, and other major stakeholders within the business are looking for answers, all right, who would they run to? They run to the data professional, the data analyst, to ask this question: what was our sales last month? Why did we do better last month than this month? All right, why? All these questions are what the data analyst will be using the data to answer. All right, so that's the role of a data analyst. And this is just, like I said, a tip of the iceberg to what you would be doing in the role of a data analyst. Okay. Now, what are the key learning areas you need to learn? Okay. What are the things you need to learn? Number one is problem solving. Okay. Which is the key function of a data analyst. So, like I said, there are a lot of questions that will be thrown to you to answer, to say that, oh, can you tell us, what is this? Why are we making a loss? Why our customers, leaving the business, and so on. So you need to be able to dissect these problems, these questions, into smaller bits in order for you to answer them properly. All right. So before you jump straight into answering those questions, what happened? Why did that happen? You need to be able to, problem solve. And there are several techniques that we use as data analysts to be able to problem solve. We have the 5 whys, we have the CRISP-DM, we have so many other techniques that we use in order for you to be able to solve problems a lot more efficient than any other professional out there. All right. Thereafter, we move into the core technical skills: Excel, SQL, structured query language. We talk with Power BI, you learn Tableau, you learn data storytelling. Data storytelling is an essential skill set of a data analyst. So now, be the fact that you're going to be communicating with non-technical stakeholders. Non-technical means that they don't care how you got the final answer. They just need answers. All right. They just need answers. All right, like the CEO. The CEO doesn't know anything about Power BI or Excel function or SQL. Really doesn't care about all that. The CEO just cares about what was our profits, why did we make more money, how can we make more money, and so on and so forth. All right. So you need to be able to, how can you turn data into insight and then communicate that insight to a non-technical person? A lot of people want to start writing formula in front of their CEOs to say that, okay, I did a VLOOKUP here, all right, and this VLOOKUP, that is what led to, no, the CEO doesn't care about the VLOOKUP, index match, or whatever formula you use, all right? The CEO is more concerned about the product, the end result, the solution, all right, to the problem itself. So data storytelling is an essential skill set of a data analyst, all right? Thereafter, you go into ChatGPT for analytics, and you would also move into Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. Now, let me tell you something interesting about this. Microsoft Fabrics is still very, very new in the industry. All right, it's less than a year that it was launched. Okay, and we're starting to train people within the ecosystem, within the analytics, to ensure that when this becomes the norm, when this becomes the requirement that most data analysts would need to learn, you would have had those skill sets, you would have had experience working with it, and so on. All right. So Microsoft Fabrics is the one-stop shop for analytics within any organization. All right. So it's still in beta phase. So it means that it's not being deployed, organization wide, but we are teaching people already how to use Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. And this is what really makes our curriculum very unique, because you won't get it any other place on the planet. All right. So you'll be learning problem solving, you'll be learning Excel, you'll be learning SQL, you'll be learning Power BI, Tableau, and data storytelling alongside ChatGPT and Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. All right. So these are the key things that you need to learn in order for you to become a data analyst. Now, in terms of learning timelines, okay, the learning timeline for you to become a data analyst is a total of 4 months. 4 months, okay? 3 months of learning, okay? 3 months of learning and 1 month of immersive internship. All right, where you also get to work on real life projects using your skills, Excel, Power BI, Tableau, and so on, in order for you to solve real life projects. Okay, and I will share some of, if we have enough time at the end of the session, I'll share some of the projects you will get to work on as a data analyst. Okay, so that's the role of a data analyst, and you see that the role of a data analyst and the role of a business analyst, even if they might intersect in one way or the other, all right, but these roles are very, very different. One is in charge of business processes, the other one is the data custodian, the data professional that is using data to answer critical questions about the business. Okay, so now moving on to the next role, HR analytics. All right. Now, we all know HR. HR, they are in charge of what? What set of people? They're in charge of people. Okay. Now, in every organization, 3 things make up every organization: people, all right, process that we talked about, okay, and technology. Okay, technology. All right. So people, process, technology. This is what makes up every single organization on planet Earth. Okay. So people, okay, process. Who are the custodians for process? The business analysts. These are the guys that are trying to see how they can improve the process. And the technical guys, are the, software developers, the web developers, the data engineers, the data analysts, even including the HR analysts and so on. All right. But now you'll find out that without process, okay, without process, if the organization exists, all right, but there are no people, all right, who would lead the process, who would drive the process? Nobody. So if people don't exist in an organization, process is gone. Okay. If people don't exist in the organization, technology also is redundant, is useless. So the most important feature of any organization is the people. And now organizations are starting to see that over time, organizations are starting to see that people play a critical role, all right, in the success of any organization, because it's the people that will drive the process, and it's also people that will drive technology, that will leverage the technology. Because people is very important. Now, who is the custodian of people? HR. Now, what the HR analyst does is to use people data, okay, to use people data, all right? People data to answer critical questions about, you know, about the employees within the organization. So you have employees within the organization and you're trying to answer questions. So you find out that certain employees are doing better than other employees. All right. You need to be able to use data to tell the reasons why a certain employee will perform better than the next one. All right. Even for recruitment, you see a lot of times now where a lot of recruitment channels, a lot of recruitment agencies are now using analytics to be able to identify possible, what we call, pre-recruitment errors, okay, to identify that this person, if this person comes into the organization, the person is likely going to not perform. All right. How do you know? How do you anticipate that this person, if this person continues on doing this part, okay, or if this person gets into the organization, this person is likely going to not perform? How do you identify this? So that's the job of the HR analyst, to be able to tell a story or identify certain pattern within the organization using people data. HR performance, okay, performance evaluation, compensation benefits, compensation and benefit analysis, and so on and so forth. All right. So the HR analyst is this professional that uses data, people data, to answer critical questions about employment within the organization. So that's the role of the HR analyst. So if you're looking to become an HR analyst, okay, you are more or less like a data professional. You're a data professional that knows how to use data to solve employee, to answer employee questions or to improve employee performance. Okay. So the HR analyst, what do you need to learn in order for you to become an HR analyst? Okay. The first one there is problem solving. Okay. So like I said, you would learn, your key skills would be that of a data analyst. So you still be learning data analytics. All right. So you'll be learning data analytics like a data analyst. So you learn problem solving, you'll learn Microsoft Excel, you'll learn Power BI, and you'll learn SQL. Well, now what makes it different from you is your laser focus. All right, the laser focus you are going to get for, using data to answer critical HR questions. All right, so you'll be using data analytics skills within the HR workspace to solve HR problems. Now, you'll be learning HR analytics and performance evaluation. You would also be learning HR metrics and life cycle. You'll also be learning HR analysis and dashboarding, collaboration and report automation, building your case, and creating actions. So you see, this is a key role, all right, where you would learn data analytics and you start to implement it within the HR space, all right, to be able to solve and answer critical HR questions. All right, the learning timeline for this, okay, the learning timeline for this is 4 months, okay, 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month of immersive internship, where you'll be working on projects that you'll be using data to answer critical questions within the HR space. So if you're an HR professional or you have interest in HR and you want to stay relevant, within the tech space, within the space itself, all right, within the tech space, HR analytics is something interesting that you need to get into. There are several roles that you can wear the cap of. There are people we call talent analysts. These are people that are in charge of talent, to be able to spot new talent, to be able to use data to spot, identify new talent within the organization. And even if you're not doing well, how can we improve that? How can we improve performance using talent data, using employee data? So you also have, compensation and benefit analysts. So these are still HR analytics roles, all right? Compensation and benefit analysts, where you would be analyzing compensation and, salaries, bonus, 13th month. You'll be analyzing pay and how it impacts people's performance, all right? And so on. There are so many interesting things that you'll be working on in HR analytics. And that's what really makes it very unique, how you're using data, all right, to improve employee performance and so on. So like I said, if you want to become an HR analyst, all right, the learning curve is for 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month internship. Okay, so that is HR analytics. Okay, financial analytics. Okay, financial analytics, this is a professional, this particular career path combines 3 career paths together, okay? It combines 3 career paths together. Number 1 is data analytics, all right? So you will learn data analytics like a data analyst. You would also learn corporate finance, okay? Corporate finance, okay? And last but not the least, you'll learn investment banking, okay? All right, you'll be learning investment banking, all right? So this particular role, what makes this very unique? And you know from time immemorial, every business, all right, every business on planet Earth is looking or trying to manage their finance. Okay, even a non-profit organization that is not focused on profit, that we don't care if we make a profit or we made a loss, they don't care about, it's non-profit making. They still need professionals that will be able to handle their finances. Okay, to know how, okay, where did we spend more last month? Where did we spend more? The investment opportunities, so on and so forth. So now financial analytics is a perfect merge between finance and data analytics. All right. So you are a financial professional and you want to remain in finance and you're looking to transition into the tech space. Financial analytics is what you need to go to. All right. So financial analytics, every organization generates financial data. All right. Generate what we call financial data. Now, the key question is, how do you turn this financial data into insights? All right. The data analyst, you see, every role is specialized. The data analyst is more or less like a generalist where you're using data to answer critical questions across the business, from sales to logistics to supply chain, so on. The HR is focused, laser focused on HR. How do I use HR people data to answer people questions? And you understand? So that's the data professional for HR. For finance, you're using data to answer financial questions. All right. Investment opportunities. Where do we make the next opportunity? All right. Or how do we do this? All right. Where did we make profit last month? How can we improve our profit margin? How can we do this? How can we do that? And so on. So this particular career path is for people that have financial skills or are looking to build their experience in financial analytics. So this is still like a data analyst, okay, that is laser focused on answering or solving financial problems within the organization. So you'll be learning data analytics like a data analyst, okay? You'll be learning data analytics like a data analyst. So you'll be learning problem solving, you'll be learning Microsoft Excel, you'll be learning Power BI, and you'll be learning SQL. All right, so these key technologies that you have here is the skill of a data analyst, the key skills of a data analyst. Now, once you finish with that, you are now laser focused on using all the data analytics skills to solve financial analytics problems. Now, you learn the basics of accounting fundamentals. You move into financial analysis. How can you use the Excel, Power BI, SQL that you've learned in order for you to analyze financial statements, analyze financial performance, and so on? Okay. Thereafter, you move into financial modeling. So financial modeling is what is a very critical tool that is being used in corporate finance and investment banking. So you see the likes of, when, banks are merging or banks are, either merging, acquiring a new bank, or a business is buying over another business. Before business A buys business B, certain due diligence has to be played, has to go through. And that's where financial modeling comes into play. All right. So financial modeling builds, financial projection, all right, in using financial data to make informed decision about such kind of initiatives. Okay. So financial modeling, you learn financial modeling, you learn valuation, you learn sensitivity and scenario analysis, and you would also get to work with ChatGPT for analytics. Okay. So you would learn data analytics like a data analyst. All right. But what now makes you different from, the data analyst is you are now laser focused on using data analytics to solve and answer critical financial questions. You'll be building projects around financial analysis, financial modeling, valuation, sensitivity analysis, and scenario analysis. So these are key things that you need to learn in order for you to become a financial analyst. All right. Now, moving on to the next part, okay, the learning timeline. How long should you learn in order for you to become a financial analyst? Okay, number one, it just takes 4 months. Okay, 3 months of learning and 1 month of immersive internship. All right, internship where you get to work on more hands-on industry projects, and you use that in scaling yourself into the next level, getting yourself into the career path of a financial analyst or a commercial analyst or a financial planning analyst. So there are so many roles also that you don't know you can get into. All right. So I was speaking to, some of the participants are looking to get started in January. And somebody asked question, is financial analyst, is it just financial analyst that they could search for? And there are a ton of other roles you could actually apply to. One of them, which is commercial analyst, okay, financial planning, and so on and so forth. There's so many other roles that, once you get through to the training program, we'll tell you more about them. All right. So you'll be learning, these are the learning paths for financial analysts. Now, the data scientist, okay, which is, the data scientist, which is a very interesting career path. It was named the sexiest job of the future, but now it's actually the sexiest job at present. Okay, do you understand? Sexiest job. Now, what makes it sexy? And I'll explain to you. Okay, so the data scientist, is that professional that goes ahead to answer 3 questions. Okay, 2 and 3. So we have the 3 questions here. So I'm not going to write that again. Okay. So the 3 questions are on the screen. So I'm just going to use that as a reference point. Okay. So, all right. So the 3 questions are descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, and predictive analytics. Now, descriptive analytics, that one is answering question, okay, on what happened. What happened? Okay. Second one is diagnostic. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? And this one, which is the last one, is what will happen? What will happen? Okay. All right. So these are the 3 questions that the data scientist is looking to answer. They're using data, okay, to answer these 3 questions. What happened? Why did it happen? And what will happen? So let's take a look at the example we did earlier for the data analyst. All right. So you do your visualization. What happened in January? We made 5 million. Okay. In February, we made 8 million. All right. In March, okay. So February, March, okay, we made, let's say, 20 million. Okay. Hypothetical example. January, we made 5 million. February, we made 8 million. And in March, we made 20 million. Now, the data analyst has answered that first question. What happened? What happened? Why did we move from January, we did 5 million. February, we did 8 million. And March, we did 20 million. Okay. Why did that happen? Okay. Why did you move from 5 to 8? Okay. What certain initiative did we put in place that made us move from 5 to 8? And also, what did we do that made us move from 8 million to 20 million? That's exactly the questions you'll be answering as a data scientist. All right. Why? Why did you move from 8 to 20? Why did you move from 5 to 8, then from 8 to 20? What were the things? What product did we sell? How did we reach these customers? And so on. All these questions, you need to answer them in order for you to plan better. But now, what makes the data scientist way more technical is prediction. Okay? Is prediction. Okay? What will happen? What will happen? Now, the data analyst is only going to do this too. Data analyst. Okay? The DA is only going to answer the questions, what happened and why did that particular thing happen? But now the data scientist will now take that thing further to see that what will happen. So from April all the way to December, we need to figure out what will be our sales April to December. Forecasting. So what are we going to make in April? What are we going to make in May, June, July, August? You're trying to build what we call a forecast. Okay, forecast. Okay, so the data scientist key role, what makes this role very unique is the ability to tell the future. All right, the ability to tell the future. And that's where you now start to learn, statistical analysis, you start to learn machine learning, deep learning, and so on and so forth. All right. So that's what makes the role of a data scientist more technical than that of a data analyst. And that's why it's also regarded as the sexiest job of the future, because who is that professional that will be able to tell you what will likely happen in the future? All right. That is the data scientist. All right. So and this is why organizations are looking for data scientists all across the world to find out this professional that will come into the business that will answer questions around what happened, why did that happen, and what will eventually happen. So that's the role of the data scientist. All right. So now, what do you need to learn in order for you to become a data scientist? Now, number one is statistics. We talked about it already. All right, statistics. So what makes you do the statistics? You being able to use statistics to answer critical questions. All right. So statistics used to be difficult. A lot of people felt like statistics, or I personally felt statistics was difficult until I delved into the data ecosystem. And I started learning statistics, okay, and I started using statistics to solve or answer certain questions. And it became very clear that our learning curve, the way we learned statistics while we're growing up or while we're in school, something is faulty about that. So stuff around measure of central tendency, for example, measure of central tendency, all right, which is mean, median, and mode. A lot of us know how to calculate mean, median, mode. But the key question is, why are you calculating them? Why do you need to get the center value? Why do you need to get the center value? A lot of people don't know this, but you see, these are the application of using statistics to answer these questions within the business. All right. So statistics, you learn forecasting and predictive analytics using Excel. You get to learn Tableau for data analytics. You get to learn SQL, Python programming language. You get to work with exploratory data analysis, machine learning, computer vision, GitHub for version control. You also get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for coding, and you move into Microsoft Fabric for analytics. So you see, it's a very robust curriculum as well as every other curriculum that we've talked about. Now, we call this full stack for a reason. We call this training full stack data science. All right, we call this training full stack data science for one reason, and I'll explain it in the next few seconds. All right, we call it full stack data science because you're going to be learning technologies. A lot of people feel like, oh, in order for you to become a data scientist, you need to know Python, which is 100%. All right. But now, one thing a lot of people don't understand, okay, is that organizations across the world are at different levels of adopting data science. Okay. Now, some organizations are still at the level of Microsoft Excel. Okay. Now, if you've learned Python, okay, as a data scientist, and eventually you get a job in an organization that uses just that are still at that level of using Excel to do the analysis or to do their predictions and all that, you would likely struggle. Okay. So what this curriculum would teach you is how you could use all the tools, all right, to perform data science activities. And that's why it's called full stack. Okay. So you learn to learn Excel. Now, you use Excel for descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive analytics. Yes, Excel can be used to create, predictions. All right. You could also use Tableau for the same thing. And that's the reason why we are learning Tableau for data analytics and data science. All right. Thereafter, you now move into Python, where you start to use Python for exploratory data analysis, machine learning, computer vision, NLP. All right. And you get to work with different projects, okay, in order for you to become a full stack data scientist. Okay. Now, moving on to the next thing, the learning timeline. What do you need to learn? How long do you need to learn to become a data scientist? It's a total of 4 months. 3 months of learning, 1 month of internship. 3 months of learning, 4 months of 3 months of learning, 1 month of internship. That's how the learning timeline is going to be. So you're learning statistics to Excel, to Tableau, to SQL, to Python, and thereafter you start to solve critical questions within the business. Now, data engineer, for those of us that are looking to become data engineers, who is a data engineer? All right. The data engineer is this professional, is, I would say, the real custodian of data. All right. The real custodian, the guy that is in charge of the data within the organization. All right. So now let's even take just a very, very small example, very small little example. Let's say you are currently listening to me on call. All right. Let's say you are selling, let's say you sell shoes on Instagram. You sell shoes. That's your business. All right. You sell shoes. All right. And at the end of the year, December 2023, you want to evaluate your business. Okay. You want to evaluate your business to find out, you want to answer questions around, you want to do your analysis. Okay. You want to know what was your January sales, what was your February sales. You want to answer all these questions around sales, marketing, blah, blah, blah. All right. So now you see, you now find out, you know that obviously as a salesperson, you're not selling on one particular source. You're not selling just in one place. All right. You're selling across different channels. You're running adverts on different channels and so on. Let's say, first of all, you're selling on Facebook. Facebook. Okay. Secondly, you sell on Instagram. Okay. Instagram. Okay. All right. Also, you're selling on TikTok. Okay. Okay. Let's say you sell on TikTok, and let's say one more, let's say on the web. Okay. You have the website. So you have 4 channels. You have 4 channels in which you sell products. Okay. You have 4 channels that you sell products. Okay. Now, the key question is the question you want to answer is, what platform, okay, what platform generated the most revenue? Okay, what platform generated the most revenue? That's the question you're trying to answer. All right, the business is trying to answer what platform generated the most revenue, or generated the most, okay, the most revenue in 2023. All right, you want to find that out so that you can plan better for next year, 2024, correct? Oh, 23 has gone, now we're planning for 2024. And I know where we made the most revenue, we made the most, sales in 2023. What platform? Now, the data, obviously, in order for you to answer this question, you need all the data from Facebook, sales from Facebook. You need all the sales from Instagram. You need all the sales from TikTok. You need all the sales from your website. In order for you to answer this question, you need the data from Facebook. Okay. You need the data from Instagram. You need the data from TikTok. You need the data from Facebook, from your website. So you need all the data. You need to extract this data from Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and all these platforms into what we call a data warehouse. Okay, into a central location. Let's just use a central location into a data warehouse. Okay. All right. You need to extract data from Facebook and drop everything in a central location, basically. Let's call it central location. All right. So you can compare all of them together at the same time. You can compare everything together at the same time. So once you extract data from Facebook, you drop it here. Extract data from Instagram, you drop it here. TikTok, drop it here. Website, drop it here. Thereafter, you now use this central location to answer that question. All right. You now use this data here to now start to analyze it in terms of sales, in terms of revenue, and so on and so forth. So you see Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and maybe websites. And you now find out that, oh, majority of your sales came from the website. But now, that's exactly the role of the data engineer. The data engineer is the person that builds what we call ETL pipelines. Okay, ETL pipelines. Okay, the E stands for extract. The E stands for extract. The T stands for transform. Okay, and the L stands for load. Okay, extract, transform, load. ETL, extract, transform, and load. So you extract data from Facebook, Okay, you extract data from Facebook, you extract data from Instagram, you extract data from TikTok, and you extract data from the websites. That's the first level. The E has been done. Before you put it inside the data warehouse, before you put it inside the central location, you will need to do a little bit of transformation. You need to do a little bit of transformation. All right. That is dealing with missing data. Your data is missing, your data is rough, it is not looking clean, it's not arranged properly. You need to do all those transformation. All right. Missing data, erroneous data. You need to be able to clean it up. Okay. So once you clean it up, you then load it into the central location. All right. So that's ETL. Extract, you transform, and you load. Very simple. Another very hypothetical example. You want to buy stuff for the week. You want to cook for the week. What do? You go to the market. You buy raw materials from the market. You don't buy everything from one shop. Okay. Maybe you go to different shops to buy everything. You buy yam from here. You buy tomatoes from here. You buy, rice from another shop. So you have different places. Even within the supermarket, they have different stalls. They have different, stalls where you go to pick for different items. So at the end of everything, you accumulate everything into your house. Okay. And before you start to consume, you need to clean up these materials in order for you to consume them. So the same thing with data engineering. So you have data scattered across different aspects of the business. The data engineer is this person that will bring and harmonize this data into a central location, which is a data warehouse. All right. Before it gets into the data warehouse, they do what we call transformation. Thereafter, then the data analyst, the data scientist would start to use it at that point. So it's when it gets to this place, the data analyst and the data scientist would have data to start to do their work. Okay. So, the job of the data engineer is to extract, transform, and load the data into the data warehouse. Then the data analyst and the data scientist will now start to do their work. So without data, the data analyst and the data scientist would not be able to do their work. Okay. So now moving on to data engineering, okay? The key learning areas, what you need to learn to become a data engineer, okay? Introduction to data engineering as a beginner, like we usually say, all right? And I've said this several times, there is no school that teaches you data engineering, okay? What we have done is to build a very robust curriculum that will get you started in data engineering and walk you up, the ladder of what you need to become a data engineer. All right. Now, introducing data engineering, you have to understand the basic fundamental. What is ETL? What is ELT? What is ELTL? All right. What's a database? How is it different from a database? How is it different from a data mart? How is it different from a data lake, and so on and so forth? So all these basic introductions, you need to understand them. Thereafter, you move to SQL. You move to Python programming, Linux, you get to work with custom building custom ETL pipelines that we talked about. So you get to work with databases, you get to work with API, you get to do what we call web scraping, and so on and so forth. All right. Thereafter, you move into Apache Spark. You get to work with Apache Airflow for data pipeline automation, AWS Cloud Engineering. You move into version control using GitHub, okay? And you get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for coding and and for engineering essentially. All right. So the learning timeline for this is for 5 months, okay? 3 months of learning, 3 months of learning, okay? 3 months of learning and 2 months of immersive internship. All right. 2 months of immersive internship. So you'll be building a very beautiful project that would impress any recruiter you get to work with. You get to interview. All right. So you'll be learning the key basics, introduction to data engineering, SQL, Python, Linux to ETL pipelines, Apache Spark, Apache Airflow, AWS Cloud Engineering, and version control using GitHub, and so on, and so many more things that are not currently here. All right. So you learn for 3 months and you do an internship for 2 months where you'll be working on an industry relevant project. Okay. Now moving on to Scrum Master, okay? Scrum Master, which is the second to the last one before I move on to other parts. Okay, Scrum Master is a very, very unique role. And it's something that has really impacted even we as an organization, okay? we as an organization, and majority of these organizations across the world are starting to realize that Scrum is a new thing. Is not just a new thing, it is the thing that will get you to where you're going to faster. Okay. So now let's take a look at a typical organization. Let's take a look at Instagram. Okay, Instagram. All of us are using. We all use Instagram. Okay, we're all on Instagram. Okay, now you'll notice that all of a sudden you will just see new updates on Instagram. You just see that, oh, I have a new update. Oh, I have a new update. Oh, even your phone, if you're using a Samsung or you're using an Android phone, you would see that you frequently get updates. Okay, so what Scrum is doing, what Scrum does in the business is to see that, okay, we have a product that we want to launch. Okay, it could be a website, it could be a digital product, anyways, all right, or a physical product. It really doesn't matter. All right, we have a product that we want to design. Okay, so this particular product that we want to design, okay, majority of the time, people go through a series of process to get the final product in order for you to get the final product. Okay, now, in order for them to get to this final product, let's say you want to build Instagram. Okay, in order for you to get to this final product, you will do what we call, you will plan first. You'll use 2 months to plan. You use 2 months to plan. You use another 5 months to build. Okay, you use another 5 months to build. You use another what? Maybe like another 6 months to test. Okay, maybe another, let's say another 2 months actually to test. Okay, you use another what? Another 3 months to deploy. Okay, so you see, it has taken you 5, 7, 9, to about 12 months, a year. It's taking about 1 year in order for you to deploy your application. So it's taking you 1 year to deploy, your application. But the Scrum Master is going to look at this and say that we don't need to spend 1 year to deploy this application. All right, we don't need to spend 1 year to deploy this application. No, it shouldn't take us 1 year. All right, let's see how we can break it down into monthly targets. Okay, monthly targets. All right, how we can do it in monthly targets. Okay, so this is what we now call sprints. This is what we call sprints. It could be weekly, it could be monthly, depending on how the project goes. All right, so they break it down into monthly, weekly targets. Okay, to say that let's be doing it month on month. So first of all, maybe we can start with, let's create one part of the website. Okay, let's create one part of the website. It could be the home page. Okay, all right, let's design the home page. And let's say another month, let's design the About Us page. Okay, so when we design the home page, rather than waiting to the end, rather than waiting 1 year for your customers to be able to see the home page, they can actually see that home page within a month. All right, you could actually plan, build, test, and deploy the home page within 1 month. So you don't need to get the final product out for 1 year. You don't need to wait 1 year to get that final product outside for your customers to use. You could actually start in bits. Okay, start with the home page, for example, to say that, oh, the home page, let's plan, build, test, and deploy within 1 month. All right, so you can detect things easily and faster. All right, then month 2, you do the About Us page. All right, another 1 month. All right, you plan, you build, you test, you deploy within the same 1 month. And so on and so forth. So you see, that's what applications, recent development, these are the things that are happening within different organizations recently. And that's why you will see Instagram, all of us, you will just see new updates, new updates, new updates. So rather than them waiting to get everything done, rather than Instagram waiting 1 year to fix all the features they want to update, all right, you will now find out that, oh, last week, my share button was at the bottom left. But all of a sudden, they've moved it to the top right. Okay? Before, if I want to like, I double click. Okay, but now I can just do something else. I can draw a love emoji and something else will happen. So you see, all those features, before it would take them 1 year to do everything, they deploy it at once. Okay, but now they're not saying no. Scrum Master would say, no, we don't need to wait that full 1 year in order for us to get that thing out. We could just do it every month or every week. This week, we are working on this particular feature. How can we get it done? That's exactly what makes the Scrum Master a very, very celebrated role within the tech ecosystem, because it gets things out faster and more efficiently. All right, products is the key feature. Okay, how do we build it? How do we build fast? How do we deploy fast? That's the role of the Scrum Master. So, introduction to Scrum, the Scrum team and artifacts. Okay, so the Scrum artifacts, increments and sprint backlogs, Scrum events, Nexus Scale Scrum, and preparation for the PSM examination. So you get to work with Jira, you get to work with Trello, and this training program is a total of 2 months. All right, fast track into the tech space. Do you understand? You get me? All right, fast track into the training program. Okay, so Scrum Master is for 2 months. Okay, 1 month of learning and 1 month on working on a real life project. Real life projects where you get to see this implementation real life, and you get to use that as your own personal experience getting into the tech space. Last but not the least is cybersecurity for now. Okay, so the cybersecurity space is something that we are all familiar with. Okay, take for example, you personally on your Facebook, you have two-factor authentication. All right, if you want to go into Facebook, you need to get an app that will probably give you a code. All right, if you want to access your email, you need another device to log you into that email. So you see, all these are features that has been built around systems so that, to secure people data, to secure your personal data. So your WhatsApp, for example, you have two-factor authenticator. All right. Every device that exists, even your mobile phone, so you have password, you have password, you have facial recognition, you have so many things that is built to prevent an external body gaining access to your data. All right. So organizations, if you as an individual, all right, you have all the security around your personal data, just you as an individual. Now imagine an organization that has over 5 million, 10 million customers, 1 billion customers. You see that they need all the security initiative in order for them to prevent external attack. All right. So for cybersecurity, you will get to, introduction to cybersecurity, foundation of computing, information security principles, offensive and defensive cybersecurity, cryptography, cyber threat and attack vectors, network security, endpoint security, web application security, cloud security, incident response and forensic, and cybersecurity policies and compliance. So these are, very, very interesting topics that will get you started in the cybersecurity space. Very robust, okay? So it's not just on-premise systems that you'll be securing. You would also be securing, the organization's data in the cloud. So you learn cloud security, you get to work with web and different application security and so on. Now, the learning timeline in order for you to become a cybersecurity analyst is for 4 months. 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month of internship, you working on real world projects. 1 month of learning, 3 months of learning, and 1 month of working on real world projects. So, you will get to work with different tools like Wireshark, VMware, SQL, Python, Splunk, and so on and so forth. So it's a very technical space. And, this is a critical skill that you need to learn in order for you to get started in cybersecurity. Now, the last but not the least, this is going to be starting in March. Okay, so this is AI engineering. So we're in the advent of AI, and AI is that thing that everybody is talking about at this point in time. So how do you leverage AI? How do you transition into what we call AI engineering? So you get to work with what we call Google Teachable Machines, okay, where you can actually build your own low-code AI, algorithm. Okay, you get to work with data robots, you get to work with AWS SageMaker, you get to work with ChatGPT and its plugin. You get to build your own custom GPTs. You get to work with Bard and Bing. You will also get to prompt engineering, and you get to work with so many more AI initiatives in order for you to become that proper AI engineer. All right. So that's exactly all the curriculum that we're going to be having with us. So now if Adeza is there, okay, why should you train with analytics? Okay, why should you train with analytics? So Adeza is going to be coming in and we can take it off from there. So why should you train with analytics? That is a critical question that all of you on the call will still be looking to answer. Why should you train with us? Why not? Why us and not any other person? Okay, and that we will be riding on our achievements in 2023. All right, the key achievement for us in 2023 is really what is skyrocketing us, pushing us to do more in 2024. And I would like to share some statistics with you. All right, we have helped over 850 people last year, just last year, 2023, we helped over 850 plus people transition from classroom to getting their first job in the tech space. Now, what makes this thing very interesting is the keyword. A lot of people will miss it. From classroom, okay? From classroom indicates that these guys had no prior experience. No prior experience. Now, no prior experience, learn data analytics, learn data science, learn data engineering, and they were able to get a job. That's the 850 people that we're talking about. We had other people that had some experience, okay? Let's say somebody has been working as a data analyst and is looking to become a data engineer. We didn't really factor those people because these people had experience already that they could leverage. But somebody that has been baking before, someone that has spent a whole life baking or working, doing business and so on, all right? These people don't have any prior background, okay, to leverage in order for them to get into the tech space. But going through the curriculum, working on this project, doing the internship, they were able to transition into the tech space. All right. Yes, 850 plus people transitioned last year. All right. And we still have people that did training last year that are still getting jobs this year. And the good thing about this is if we got this all talk, but we get evidence. We have this evidence. And that's the reason why you see majority of the materials is evidence-based. Okay. People have gotten job in Norway, people have gotten job in Poland, Germany, UK, Canada, US, and so on and so forth. And we have all this to thank. Okay. So why should you train with us? Key question. Up-to-date curriculum. You'll see our curriculum is up to date. So, and that's because you're going to be working with people that have hands-on experience. So these two go side by side, okay? So you see, you get to work with up-to-date curriculum. Our curriculum is up to date. So everywhere, every topic, everything that you'll be learning is based on what is currently happening in the industry. Now, you'd also get to work with industry experts, people that have wealth of experience, okay? Not just myself and Adeza, but not just the only tech professionals in the world, all right? You get to interact with other tech professionals that have a wealth of experience in this space or in the space in which you'll be training with us, okay? And we get to learn from them. The next part is blended training delivery to accommodate everyone. Blended training delivery to accommodate every single person. So I'm a fast learner, I'm a slow learner. How can I get started? Okay, how do I learn with everyone together? So how do we put a slow learner and a fast learner together in the same curriculum and everybody still achieves the same success? How do we do this? Through the blended training delivery. So what we have designed what we call watch me do it videos, watch me do it videos. I'm going to show you those videos, all right? They are bite-sized videos that will explain and get you to practice on your own, okay? So the live classes, we have the live classes on the weekend, or we have watch me do it videos that would still go ahead of the live classes to teach you certain topics, explain certain concepts, and get you to practice hands-on practical all through the way. So with this blended training delivery, we have a huge success in getting people into the desired career path. Additional employability services, that's a very key one that I would spend more time on talking about. And Adeza has given hints on, the additional employability services. Last but not the least, internship design. The internship design is simulated to get you that experience you need, real life experience, in order for you to get started within the tech space. All right. So when you combine all this together, all right, you become an industry relevant or industry ready tech professional. Up to date curriculum, You get to work with industry experts. You get to build projects based on our blended training delivery. All right. And additional employability services alongside the internship design will get you ready for the industry. Now, how do we position people for the job market? All right. How do we position people for success in the job market? All right. So we have a 3-layered approach that we use, and these are the additional employability services. Okay. Level 1. Okay. Level 1, I have 6 items in level 1, which is CV review, LinkedIn optimization, Upwork optimization, navigating the job market, job and interview preparation, recommendation, and reference letter. Okay. Number 1 is CV review. You need to have a very good CV. All right. A lot of people are rejected because they don't have a good CV. Number 2, LinkedIn optimization, which works like search engine optimization. So recruiters are going on LinkedIn to search for potential candidates. The number 1 job place, the number 1 professional site is LinkedIn. So most recruiters are still using LinkedIn to search for people. Now, if your LinkedIn is not optimized, how will a recruiter search for you and get to see you? Now, take for example, search engine optimization. When you go online and you are looking for a particular service and you type it on Google, all right, Google will recommend the best ones, all right, based on based on performance, all right. Same thing with LinkedIn optimization. If the recruiter goes online to search for, oh, I'm looking for a cybersecurity analyst, if your profile doesn't appear when that recruiter types in that, your profile is not optimized for that particular role. And that's why a lot of people are stuck, okay? Upwork optimization, we have Upwork for freelancers. If you're looking to work freelancing and you want to get opportunity working freelancing, Upwork optimization is there. Navigating the job market, navigating the job market is a very critical skill that you need to learn, and we're going to help you get to that skill. Now, a lot of people think that, oh, I just finished learning business analysis, and the only job I can do is business analyst. They go online and start searching for only business analyst roles. But meanwhile, there are a ton of other jobs you could actually apply to. Change management analyst, change analyst, okay? Process optimization analyst, business systems analyst. There are so many other roles you could actually apply for. Same thing to all the career paths that we have. All right, data engineering, data science, data analytics, all these training programs, there are a ton of other jobs you could actually apply for. Now, another key question is, where do you apply for this job? All right, where do you apply for this job? There are certain places that if you apply from now to next year, you will likely not get a call back from any recruiter on that platform. Now, how do you understand where to apply for this job? There's also something we call the Eden job market. How do you apply to jobs leveraging the Eden job market? How do you get a job using the Eden job market technique? All right, job and interview preparation. So once you apply for a job and you get a call back from the recruiter, oh, we would like to speak with you, we will prepare you for that interview. We will never allow you go into an interview without the right preparation. And I'd like to share this story with one of our guys that got a job as a financial analyst with one of the big fours in Nigeria. All right, currently works, within the financial arm, I think Treasury, or one of the, the big four companies in Nigeria. Now, let me tell you exactly how the interview played out. The partner, okay, during the interview process, the partner asked this participant of ours, oh, I see that you went to Tenalytics. All right, what was your internship project? All right, the guy said it was shocked that the partner, that's the partner within this, the big four company in Nigeria, asked the guy, okay, what was his project during the internship? That he was actually surprised that he had to ask, like, oh, Tenalytics, and I was like, oh yes, I do. Yes, that he has actually recommended 2 people to take the same course that he took. All right. And he was excited. And, at that point in time, it felt like he was having a conversation with someone within Analytics. All right. And he talked about the financial model he built in class. And he talked about extensively why he was able to achieve achieve the result of the project, so on and so forth. Talked about the project extensively. And currently, this guy works within the Big Four as a consultant. All right. So you see, those are the things that we put in place to ensure that you are always, available, all right, and also you are aware of how to answer certain questions. You've never interviewed as a business analyst before. So if they ask you questions, scenario-based questions, tell me about a time you built a process. Tell me about a time you leverage process mapping for something. How do you answer these questions? You might not know, but that's exactly where we come in to teach you how to answer these questions. Now, the last but not the least is recommendation and reference letter. Okay, recommendation and reference letter. So we help you build up yourself. Once you apply for a job, you get a job. Majority of the recruiters outside the country always are looking for recommendation letter, or what we call reference letter, for somebody to back you up. Okay. So if you've been working as a sales, you'll be working in sales, business development, you'll be working as an accountant, you're working in customer service, and you're looking to transition. All right, you got a job as a cybersecurity analyst, but you can't leverage your previous organization because obviously you're working as a business developer, you're working as a sales, marketer. Do you understand? How do you leverage your previous organization? Obviously, you can't because you were not working as a cybersecurity analyst in those roles. Now, that's where Analytics comes in because obviously you've gone through the curriculum, you've worked on projects, you've built projects. We would leverage you and use that experience in getting you into the tech space. All right. And we can write that recommendation letter to say that this person has worked with us and this is exactly why the person is doing this. All right. So level 2 is where we now talk about weekly mentorship programs where we bring in experts within the space to come and speak to you. All right. So people that have a wealth of experience, people that have been in your shoes before, we're going to bring them on board and get them to tell you what you need to learn or what you need to know in order for you to have a successful transition into the tech space. Number 8 is on-the-job support. Okay, so we'll provide you with all the support you need. So a lot of people still feel this, imposter syndrome when they get a job and they feel like they can't perform well. So what we provide is on-the-job support to provide you with guidance. We provide you with even going ahead to even working with you on different projects once you get a job. The key thing is for you to get a job. Once you get the job, we'll provide you with all the support, mentorship that you need to get started. Now, number 3 is a new initiative that we're bringing into bear in the new year, which is our promise to you. All right. Our promise to you this year is if you go through the curriculum, through our program, you are guaranteed interviews. Okay. 1 month after completing the training with us. All right. 1 month after completing the training with us, you will be guaranteed several interviews, and those interviews will now lead you to getting a job. All right. And I will tell you for free that even you might even get a job before you complete the training program, depending on how your tenacity to learning or how fast or how much you want it, to be very honest with you. What I promise you is upon completing the training program, you are guaranteed interviews with different organizations across the world. All right. So that's the promise for 2023, or 2024, sorry. The Growth Internship Program is a 1-month internship, 2 months for some career paths, okay, where you can add this internship to your CV, where you get to work on real life projects, okay, real life projects, okay, where you get to learn, where you get to see hands-on how these particular projects play out in real life. Okay, you get to add it to your CV. You get 1 month to own your skills. 6, you get to work on 6 or more real life projects, and you get project review with an expert. And I'll tell you that this is one of the major reasons our participants have succeeded so much in transitioning into the tech space. So this is not just you learning anymore. This is you putting your knowledge and your learnings into play in order for you to create a solution. All right. And this is what gives most of our participants confidence to go and do more, all right, within the tech space. So, the internship is a fantastic one that would literally skyrocket your confidence and also your experience in, whatever career path you choose. All right. Now, our new additions for 2024, and you see, there are a lot of initiatives that we've put in place to ensure that you get the best value of the training program. Okay, it's not just CV review. Now you see, and this is what makes us different. All right, and that's because we've been doing this for the past 3 years, and we have improved exponentially. Year on year, we are increasing. 2022, okay, we did about 300 to 500 people transition into the tech space. 2023, we did 850 plus people into the tech space. So you see, we've been increasing exponentially, and that's because of the new initiative that we are always striving to achieve. All right. So new initiative for 2024, Body Mentorship Hub, where we have a ton of people that have gone through our curriculum and they've gone on to get a job. Now, what we are doing is that we're bringing them back, and majority of them are even excited, first of all, to say that, oh, I got a job as a business analyst. Oh, I got a job as a data analyst. I got a job as a data scientist. Okay, I want to come back and help more people. All right, to get into the space of, into my space. Exactly. So that's exactly what we're doing. So we are building a body mentorship hub that would bring back people that have gotten jobs, that have gone through analytics, gotten a job, and they're coming back to an OG to guide you through the process of how they were able to land their own job. So it's not just me that you're going to be listening to anymore. It's not just Ades that you'll be listening to. You'll also get to listen to people that were in your shoes a few months ago, a few years ago, all right? And you get to listen to them, and you would likely listen to somebody that told you that, oh, I was working as a baker. Okay, I was baking in Nigeria, all right? But now I work as a data scientist with the NHS. Okay, so you see that transition from baking to working as a data scientist. It should motivate anybody. All right, so the body mentorship hub is our participants that have gotten jobs that are coming back to mentor people, all right, and guide them through the process of getting a job. Enhanced internship experience, I talked a bit about this already. So what we are building is a more immersive experience for the internship program to get you that real life experience that you're looking for to get started in the tech space. And the third, but not the last one, is the partnership. We are partnering with top recruitment agencies in the UK, in the US, and in Canada, all right, alongside other countries of the world. And to go on, we are definitely expanding. A majority of these recruitment firms have recruitment bodies across different regions across the world. So what we're doing is we are securing partnership with these organizations in order for us to build an effective pipeline for our participants. So what the agency looks like, what this partnership looks like is you go through analytics, you learn, okay? They have a role open currently for, let's say, an HR analyst, okay? All we do is plug and play, okay? Our participants are ready, you get the internship, or you get the interview, we prepare you for the interview, you get a job, that's exactly what we're doing. So plug and play, okay? So that's exactly what we're looking for, partnership with these recruitment agencies across the world, and thereafter, we start to partner with them for job openings, and that's how it works. So these are the new initiatives that we are putting in play in 2024. And the key thing for us at the end of everything is to ensure that you get a job at the end of the training program. That's the key thing for us. Some people want to just upskill themselves, which is good. All right. But if your goal is for you to get a job, that's exactly what we are trying to do this new year. So we're not playing anymore. We want you to get a job. Okay, and that's why we're running Helter Skelter to secure this partnership to ensure once you complete the training program, interviews are guaranteed. Then you go for the interviews. We'll prepare you for those interviews. Then you get a job. All right. So our next training program is starting on the 3rd of February 2024. All right. So this is an early bet. This is an early call for you to get started, to secure your position, to secure your space. Okay, to secure your space. So join our next cohort on the 3rd of February 2024. Join our next cohort 3rd of February 2024. So this is an early bird discount. Early bird discount. Early bird discount, meaning that obviously this is just the first week in January. So we're looking to get the right set of people motivated and ready for the next month. So this is 2024. What's the thing for this year? No grief for anybody. Do you understand? So if you're looking to getting started in any of this desired career path of yours, this is the discount that we're running at this point in time. So now, if you want to become a data analyst, business analyst, HR analyst, financial analyst, and data scientist, all right, the initial cost of this training program is $750 or £625. Okay. Now, the discounted amount, okay, all right, because for the early bird, okay, the early bird discount. So rather than paying $750 or £625, you could actually pay $600, okay, or £500, all right, or £500. Now, the good thing about this is you don't need to pay everything at once. If you want to pay at once, that's fantastic, that's great. But you don't need to pay everything at once. You could always secure your position with your first payment. All right, with your first payment. So the first payment is $450 or £375. Okay, this is what you need to pay in order for you to secure your position for this career path that you have here. All right. So, and the second payment comes in for $150, and it comes 1 month into the training program. It comes 1 month into the training program. All right. And it is £125 for the balance payment if you're paid in pounds. So this is for data science, data analytics, business analysis, HR analytics, and financial analytics. Now, bear in mind that this discount is not to the end of the next year. Okay. All right. The discount is only available for the first 20 people that register for each program. The first 20 people to register for each program. So all you need, guys, to do is secure your own space. All right, within these 20 people, secure your own space. And I'll tell you categorically, these 20 slots fill up easily. So we have a lot of people that couldn't get into the January cohort because they waited last minute to get registered. So if you want to secure your discount early enough, I'll tell you categorically now is the best time for you to register. All right. Now, if you're going into cybersecurity or data engineering, okay, the cost of this training program is $900 or £750. Now, the discounted amount, okay, so rather than you pay 900, you're getting a discount and you could pay $750. So from 900 to 750, and from £750 to £625, and that's the discount you get. All you need to do to secure your position is $550 or £460. And you go, like I said, you could pay in 2 installments. All you need to do is this first payment, all right, to secure your position for the February cohort, all right, starting on the 3rd of February, 2022. Thereafter, 1 month into the training program, like we have here, you can pay the balance. You can pay the balance of $200 and £165 respectively. Now for the Scrum Master program, okay, all right, the full amount is $450, £375 equivalent, okay? The discounted amount, instead of you paying $450, you can pay $350, and discounted amount of £295 respectively. All right, all you need to do is pay the first amount, which is $250, which is £200 equivalent for the first payment. And this is exactly what you need to learn, what you need to pay in order for you to get registered now. Okay. All right. So exactly what you need to do is secure your position now. This is only available for the first 20 people to get started. Now, you see, the whole lessons of we going through the last 2 hours to talk about this curriculum, to talk about what we have to offer, is the reason why this is the last thing we're talking about. Now, the key thing for us is to get you into the tech space, get your first role in the tech space. And that's what we are striving to achieve, to build an environment, to build a community, to build a platform that will guarantee that you get a job after going through the training process. So the full amount, all right? But like I said, we're running a discount amount, okay? So rather than you paying this full amount, you would pay the discounted amount in order for you to get registered for the training program. So majority of the people miss out on this discount, and it's a pity. Okay, last month we have a ton of people. We had a couple of people that missed out on this discount. So if you're looking to get it started, this is the best time for you to register, leveraging the early bird discount, which is available for just the first 20 people to register for each of the program. To secure your position now, paying the first payment, all right, that we have here in order for you to get started. All right. So I'm going to hand over to Adeza to talk about, the the payment process, how to make payments, and any other thing that has to do with testimonials. All of you are still looking to hear from us. We'll go through all that. So, Adeza, are we good to go?
All right, absolutely. Thanks very much for that, Ife. So we're going to take questions because I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and that's why we are here to answer those questions and also clarify. But something I want to mention that Ifemena also touched on is for a lot of people who want to start and who want to, get their journey into tech started, we had the January cohort. It started yesterday on the 6th of January. So for those who had made payments in December, they made payment very early in January. They started yesterday on the 6th, and they've started their journey into tech. Close to 300 people started their journey, all right? And let me give you a typical example of what happens usually. Take the business analysis. Only 20 people could get the discount for business analysis. Every other additional person that paid to join the business analysis program had to pay the full amount. All right. So what we do is to encourage you, you've always wanted to get into tech since 2022, 2023. Now we are in 2024. So this is the best time for you to start. Okay. So we're going to take questions, and I'll do two things very quickly. The first one is, I mentioned that I promised we're going to listen to Benga, all right? We listened to Benga's story. I said we're going to listen to Olubemi. Olubemi, who I mentioned that is somebody worth of emulating, he's an absolute phenomenal, fantastic gentleman. And I would love you to listen to his story. And if we have more time, maybe listen to Ramat or Ikmat, and one of the ladies who also made a transition into the space, and then we'll take questions. Training is not every day. The training is on Saturdays and Sundays. All right. Just like I mentioned, the January cohort started yesterday on Saturday, and they also had classes on Sunday. So Saturdays, Sundays, also depending on where you're joining from. And I'll walk you through the classroom. Okay. So for those that started yesterday, you'll see what they have started to learn. All right. They started their journey into tech for 2024. And then you'd also get some inroads and get some insights into what they've been able to learn. So I'll just quickly share my screen. Okay, so let's get cracking. Share my screen very quickly. Just give me 1 second. I need to share my entire screen so that you can all see what I'll be showing you. I talked about Olubemi the other time, okay, for the testimonials. Olubemi is somebody who, listen to him, okay? So I want you to listen to Olubemi yourselves. Just relax, take out time, listen to Olubemi's story. A Nigerian moving out of Nigeria, working for one of the largest banks in Nigeria, moving to Canada and getting a job as a business data analyst, achieving his objective. And you would listen to how he was able to do that and the role we played as Tenalytics to helping him achieve that, okay? So I'm going to click on the link and let's listen to Olubemi.
Did you know that analysts with no prior data science knowledge can build predictive analytics models?
Hi, everyone. So my background, I studied chemistry up to master's degree level. Then Nigeria now. I found myself in the bank. So I did banking for about 4 years. And when I got my PPR in March, I knew I don't want to do marketing again when I come to Canada. Tired of targets. I want to switch to something new. So before then, I had been taking some Udemy courses on data analysis. And I remember when I met Adeza, I told him, I know this data analysis. I just need something like an internship. And he was like, okay, just go through this course. It's going to help you own your skills. I still remember the exact words he used. So I joined the team. And then I actually discovered I don't know much. So because they didn't just go into the tool. They started with problem solving, which is actually very, very key. Knowing the why behind the tools you're using, knowing the why is very, very important, not just going into the tool. So we started with problem solving, and then we moved to Excel. The Excel part really got me hooked, and I felt like, wow, I really needed to do this. So I made a sacrifice. I knew I was going to leave Nigeria soon. So I resigned from my job to face it squarely. So aside from the weekend classes, I was doing extra learning and everything. And just about 2 weeks ago, before contacting Adeza, I had passed my aptitude test and first level interview with the company I applied to. So when they contacted me that I had been shortlisted for the technical interview, I quickly sent Adeza a message that, oh God, it don't happen though. How will you help your boy? So we actually spent over 1 hour together, and he prepared me for the interview. Some of the questions he asked were repeated on the interview there. While some of them, there's a way you just tweak that answer you guys have prepared to the interviewer's question. There's a way, I don't know, there's a way that thing will just fit in. You won't know how, but there'll be a way it will fit in. That thing has happened like twice now. I don't know how that has happened, but anything you've prepared, you will find a way of using it on that interview day. So we spent about 1 hour, 30 minutes, prepared me, gave me some materials to prepare with, and I did the interview. So they're not just going to leave you hanging after the session. They're going to help you prepare with interview. And when it got to the recommendation part, he wrote a really strong recommendation letter from, even seeing that recommendation letter, I will employ myself. It was really, really strong. And I remember I missed out this. After the technical interview, they gave me a case study to solve and return to them. I also contacted him, and he helped me look at some of the questions, and he gave me ideas, and I put that in and I submitted. 2 hours after the case study, they just sent me a mail to send me 3 references. To send them 3 references, so I quickly contacted him. He wrote that powerful reference for me, and today I got the job as a business data analyst here in Edmonton, Canada. So it's really beautiful and it's worth it, because if you look at the remuneration part, it's actually 1,000% of what I was earning in Canada. So to break it, what I was earning in Nigeria, I mean, to break it down is like times 10 of what I was earning back then in Nigeria. So it's really, really worth it. I started with analytics in April, and this is just September. So I don't think 6 months of sacrifice is too much to get to that next level, which I just started anyway. So thank you guys. That's all about me.
Okay, so that's Olugbemi. And I always like to show people Olugbemi's story because it resonates with so many people. There are so many people who are also trying to do the same thing that Olugbemi has done. Olugbemi is coming back as a body mentor. Efemena talked about that. And he's going to mentor. He's been doing that already, but he's coming back fully to work with so many people in Canada, showing you how to navigate, the space. And Olugbemi has moved from that role, the role he spoke about. He has moved from that role into a new role called a solutions analyst for one of the largest insurance companies in Canada. Okay, Cynthia is here. Okay, let me see. All right, I thought Cynthia was saying something. I'm just going through the charts to check out questions. So how do you learn with us? Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and on Sundays, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. All right, but not all the classes start on, have classes on Sundays. There are some classes where you have a self-paced watch me do it video that Efemena talked about. Okay, what I'll quickly do is I'll go through the chat for some questions, and then I would answer some of the questions in the chat and show you, for those who want to make payments, how to go ahead and make payment. I've done data analytics with you guys. How much? Okay, so you've done that before in the past, Cynthia. That's absolutely fine. All you need to do is just send us a message, and then we would send me an email, Cynthia. I'm going to drop my email for you. Just send me an email, and then we'll address that for you. All right, as an alumnus, we always take our alumnus our alumni very serious, and Cynthia is an alumnus. Okay, why is the learning period short for Scrum Master? Guess what? I want you to do something. Okay, go online, Esther, and search for any other Scrum Master training, any other one, and you'll find out that typically the Scrum Master training is for 1 week or 2 weeks at the maximum. Every other place you'd find it. But then again, we don't teach you because you want to pass an exam. Anybody here who has never done Scrum, If we teach you Scrum for 2 weeks, you can sit and pass the exam, okay? But we at Analytics have a principle called competence over credentials. You must understand the skill. You must know how to practicalize the skill and put it into practice so that when you get a job as a Scrum Master, you're not just holding a paper, but you know how to implement the Scrum, you know how to implement the Scrum events, the Scrum ceremonies, and so on and so forth. So our Scrum Master program goes beyond what any other player out there has to offer. It's for 2 months. 1 month project-based classes and 1 month internship. You'll never find that anywhere. Take it from me. Take it to the bank. Go online and do your search yourself. Okay, so I'll quickly show you, for those who would love to make payments, how do you go ahead and do that? I'll show you that very quickly, and then we'll take questions. All right, so all you have to do is you click on this link on the slide, which will be shared with all of you. My colleagues are also sharing that in the chat as well. You click on this link and it takes you into our enrollment center, the Tenalytics Enrollment Center. And all you have to do, for those who would want to get access to the program brochures, you click on this link and it takes you to the brochures. So some of the questions on, for this particular program, what are the nitty-gritty? And let's take a look at the business analysis, for example. So I open the business analysis brochure and I can see clearly what the program entails. And I scroll all the way down. I have the program overview and I can see what the program would cover, just like Femena explained in detail. Excel, Power BI, SQL, project initiation, everything. Microsoft Power BI, Microsoft Excel, SQL, structured query language, ChatGPT for analytics, project initiation, and all the topics under each module. You get to see the nitty-gritty. So you have the brochures, and you also have the duration, how long the program will take, and everything you need to know about the program itself. It's for 4 months, 2 months project-based classes, and 2 months internship. The business analysis, for example, if you're in the UK, you are in Africa, somewhere in Nigeria with a similar time zone, your class happens 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, and on Sunday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. All right? If you are in Canada, you are in somewhere around the North American region, you have your classes start 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Canadian time, the Eastern time. So you don't have to be in a class that starts way too early based on your time zone. So you have something that fits your own specific region. All right. So you can get access to all the brochures. Okay. For the person that was asking, all you have to do is go to the enrollment center. Now you want to make payment. You want to make payment in dollars, payment in pounds, or any other currency. It doesn't matter where you are. Somebody in Ghana was asking, how can I make payments? You can make payments using any of the links, either pay in dollars, pay in pounds, or pay in Naira, depending on what you feel suits you. It's all the same amount, but just different currencies. So let's assume I want to pay for data analytics or business analysis. I can make the full payment, which is a one-time payment, or I can make the part payment, which is make the initial payment, secure and lock in the discount, and then I can make the balance payment afterwards. So if I want to make the full payment, for example, I click on full payment, and then it takes me into the page where I can go ahead and make my payments. I'm just going to wait for it to load, and then I'll show you how that works. And we go back to take questions before we call it a day. So the full payment, again, it's meant to be £500, but because of the exchange rates between the dollar and the pound, you actually have a further £2 discount. So instead of paying 500 for the full payment, you get to pay 498. All you have to do is click on reserve a seat, and it takes you to where you enter your email, enter your phone number, click on proceed, and it takes you to where you enter your card details, and you get to make payments. The moment you make payments, you're going to receive an automated receipt into the email you have provided, right? If you want to make the part payment as well, you can do that by clicking on first part payment, and it takes you into the main stack where you can also make your first part payment. Okay, so just like Femena had shown us, if I want to make payments and I don't even have the first, part payment, I can't make the first part payment, I can make the minimum deposit to take advantage of the discount. And I'll show you what I mean. If I go back to the payment and I want to make payment for, let's say, the full stack data science, it means that the discounted fee is £500, correct? I need to make the first payment of 375, and then I can balance 1 month after I've started my program. Now, I don't have the 375, and I want to pay maybe 250, 210. There's actually a minimum you can pay if you can't pay the first 375. So let's take, for example, I can't pay the first 375. I want to make an initial payment to lock in the discount, because the discount is always a big deal. And people come back to say, hey, I want the discount, make it available to me. And this is a chance to do that. So let's assume I want to make an initial payment of 250 instead of 375. And before the program starts, on the 3rd of February, I make another payment of 125. Okay, so I can pay 250 today, lock in my discount, and maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, I make 125 to complete the first part payment. And then I get into class, I receive a welcome kit that contains all the materials I need for the program. So if you want to make the part payment, all you have to do is come here. You see the amount you have here, ignore it, or you can take it out. And I want to pay 250, right? And I type £250. Okay, that's the payment I want to make today to lock in my discount. And then I click on reserve a seat. And of course, I enter my email. I enter my phone number, and I click on proceed. And then I can go ahead to make the £250 to get my discounted slots secured. All right. Now, this is for those who will be paying. Like, it's showing the currency in pounds for me because, of course, it's still seeing my computer as being in the UK. So if you're in the UK, you'd see it in pounds. If you're in the US, you see it in dollars, and so on and so forth. If I want to make payment in Naira, I can do that as well. So some people would say that I think the Naira, if I convert my pounds to Naira, I might even get a better, option. I want to make payments in Naira, or I'm in Nigeria. I don't have access to dollars or pounds. I want to make payments in Naira. You can do that using Paystack. All you have to do, click on the full or first part payment. It takes you into Paystack, and then you can select the program you want. You want to join the financial analytics, you click on that. Select either full payment, okay, or part payment, and then you can make payments for any of these programs. You click on add to bag, you click on checkout, enter your details, and then you get to make payment. The moment you pay, you make payments, you receive an email automated into your receipt, automatic into your email. Okay. Now let's assume you don't have 540 to pay as the first initial payment, but you still want to secure the discount. You can also do that. Let's assume today you have 300, you have 250K, and you want to secure the discount so that you're one of the 20 people to pay. You can do a direct transfer to our Fidelity bank account. All right. This will be shared with everybody. The links, the slides, everything we've used today would be available to everybody. The recording of today's session as well. So you can make payments into our Fidelity bank accounts. And for those in the UK who wants to do a transfer, you can also do a direct transfer to our bank accounts in the UK. All right. One last thing before I leave this page. Once you have made payments, you've done a direct transfer, take a screenshot as proof of payment. You receive a receipt from Paystack or Mainstack. You go into upload your receipt. Click on that and upload your receipt, okay? So you'll be asked questions on your email, you enter your email, the type of payment, is it a full payment, and so on and so forth. You select all these details and you fill up the form and submit. You upload your receipt, we confirm the payment, and then you receive a welcome kit that gets you into the class starting on the 3rd of February. All right. Okay, so there are people that have registered for February already, and they registered in January. So they played a very smart one, and what they did was take advantage of the end of the year discount, paid for the February program when it was still at a discount, and you can also do the same. You want to start in March, maybe February is busy for you, you can't start in February. You can make your payment, secure the discount for the month of March, where we have another cohort starting. Absolutely, you can. Nee is asking, can I pay for March in January? Absolutely, you can. You can do that. So the advantage for you is you lock in the discounts. That's the advantage. Okay, so before I take questions, I want to show you quickly what the people who started yesterday have done. All right, because we had a cohort. The January cohort started on the 6th, which was yesterday. So they had classes yesterday, they had classes today. So let's look at the business analysis. Okay, I'll show you what they have done so far. So you get to see how amazing the program is and what you stand to gain when you join. Now we have the business analysis for the EU and for the NA, North America. So what that simply means is EU, I'm in Nigeria, or I'm in the UK, I'm in Poland, a similar time zone. NA means I'm in the US, I'm in Canada, I'm somewhere in a similar time zone with a North American region. Okay, so let's look at one of the two classes. Let's look at the EU, for example. All right, let's look at the EU and let's see what they've done. So I click on classwork. They started yesterday. Of course, the moment you join, you get into the classroom, you have your welcome kit, you get an onboarding video on how to navigate this particular platform, all right? Installations, how to install the different applications you'll be using, you have that as well. Power BI for Mac users, you know, detailed steps on how to install Power BI on Mac, Power BI on Windows, Microsoft Office, PostgreSQL, and you have an onboarding session which held on the 4th of January. Now, the first class happened yesterday. Microsoft Excel class 1. Now, let's see what it did. And this is what we say, that you work in a project-based environment. All right, so if I click on the class slides and materials, these are the slides and the data sets that they used yesterday. Let's look at the case study on what they solved. Okay, the case study on what they did. So it's a case study for a company called Glow Gadgets. Glow Gadgets is a startup and they want to determine specific operational strategies to deploy to help them, of course, improve revenue, gain insights into what is happening in the company, and so on and so forth. All right. And you as the business analyst would have to carry out these analyses to help them answer key questions. Okay. So, and of course, before you work on this case study, you'd have introduction into Excel. You have your trainer, your facilitator, and then you move into Excel, understanding the Excel environment, and so on and so forth. And then you get to work on this case study. Another beauty is if you miss the class, you have the class recording. Everything that happened was also recorded. So if you miss the class on a Saturday, later in the evening when you're free, at your own convenience, you get to watch the recording, and everything that happened, you can replicate because you have the slides, you have the data sets, and you also have the recording of what happened. Now, what did they do today? Today, they worked on another case study. And let's look at the second case study. Case study 2, which was what they did today for a company called Plume. A company called Plume. Now, what was the objective of this case study? And the objective is for them to do what? Help this company identify where they have challenges and how they can also extract insights from their operations, reducing cart abandonment. So it's an e-commerce company, and customers would load up their carts and eventually abandon the carts. Okay, so how do we understand the customer's preferences, improve cart conversion, explore time-based trends, enhance search and browsing experience for each customer? So that's the case study, and this is what you're going to work on. So when you get into an interview, you're not going to say, I'm a business analyst, I know stakeholder analysis and engagement, I know process mapping, I know elicitation. No, you're going to talk about things you have done for a company called Plume, and you helped them do X, Y, and Z. So you are very detailed and you speak from the point of knowledge and the point of you haven't done it before, okay, compared to you just reading out something and pouring it out to them. So this was what they did between yesterday and today. Microsoft Excel Class 1 and today Microsoft Excel Class 2. Of course, the class recording is available for anybody to go back, and this serves as a reference for anyone who wants to go back to look at those materials again. Same with the Scrum. You can see the dates 2401. So 2024 and 01 for January. Okay, so this is the Scrum Master. Let's quickly have a look at that before we take questions. And this is the last class we'll be looking at. So for the Scrum Master, you have, of course, your onboarding materials as usual. And then you have your two classes, Introduction to Scrum, the Class 1, which happened on Saturday, and Class 2, which happened today. And let's look at the class material, all right? So you have Scrum, the introduction, and you have the slides, which the facilitator used. Absolute, phenomenal facilitator. She's a certified Scrum Master, Agile coach, over 10 years of experience in the Agile industry, working with one of the largest fintech companies in Africa. And I can tell you, you are probably using one of the products that Josephine has worked on to deliver and deploy within the African market. If you're in Africa or you've ever been in Africa before, okay, so you'd see Introduction to Project Management. And this is where I tell people that a Scrum Master is a project manager who leverages the Agile methodology. All right, so you understand key concepts. What is waterfall? What is Agile? And this was introduction to the class, an introduction to Scrum. So this is week 1, and next week they'll dive into the week 2 of the program. All right, and this is what the classroom looks like. For the benefits of those who maybe are not very familiar with the overall structure, I'll just go back a class behind. So let's go to the November, where they have, done quite a number of things in terms of, so let's look at data analytics, all right, for November. And data analytics for November shows so many things they've done within the last 2 months, all right? So if you look at the classwork or the classroom, the first thing you'd see is book and interview prep sessions. You're not going to wait until after 4 months or after 3 months to start applying to jobs. That's not the way we operate at Tenalytics. Okay, the moment you are done with, you reach a particular milestone that we know that you can start applying to jobs, usually within 2-3 weeks, where you have either completed your entire module in Excel, an entire module in Power BI for data analytics, you start to apply to jobs. And you want to book an interview, all you have to do is go to your classroom, click on the link. It's an automated link. You fill the details, and then you'd have somebody sit with you to help you address questions and help you prepare for your interview. So they have done, if we go all the way down, you'd see they've done a whole lot more compared to those that just started. They've had their mentorship sessions, how to negotiate salaries, setting up your developer accounts for those who they're working with when they start working with Microsoft Fabric and so on. We go into, you have mentorship sessions, what recruiters look out for. So you have all these sessions that come in, week out. And I'll just quickly talk about the drop-in session. Okay? The drop-in session is a session for those who have attended classes on Saturday or on Sunday, and then you missed out on something, or you really didn't get a particular concept. You tried it yourself, but you cannot get it. So the drop-in session is set up to have that one-on-one interaction with your trainer during the week, in the evenings. So if you are a master's student or you are a 9-to-5er, you would have gotten back from work and you have somebody who would join you on a call to help address the challenges that you have. So you don't take a problem from a previous class into another class. All right, so they've done their Power BI. I talked about the SEAT approach. So you're going to learn the SEAT approach, the STAR approach for interview preparation. Who remembers the SEAT, what it means, the full meaning of SEAT? If you remember, just type it into the chat. If you remember what SEAT means, just type it into the chat. Oh, we have people who want to speak. All right. Let's bring them up very quickly. Can I use Chromebook to learn data analytics? Yes, you can, Larry, but you'll struggle because Chrome, you'd have challenges installing Microsoft Office, especially Power BI. But yes, there are workarounds with that, but it's a bit tedious. If you can get either a Mac or an Office, a Windows PC, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. All right, so let's bring up those who want to speak.
All right, I think we have 3 of them that are currently on the call that would like to speak. So,
Okay.
Mubar, do you want to go first? How are you doing today, Mubar? I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name.
Mubashir.
Mubashir, okay.
Oh, Lemuel is also on the call.
Yeah, hello. Good evening.
Yes, good
Yeah,
evening.
Mubashir,
Yes, my
can
end
you
is
put on
good
your
evening.
video
Yes, this is
so we
Mubashir
can see you?
Mohammed. Yeah. I'm sorry. We don't have lights at the moment, so
Okay.
yeah. And I stepped out because of the heat, so I'm not sure my face will be that clear. The lights came back just a couple of minutes ago, so I've not been able
That's
to
fine.
get to the house.
That's fine. Go ahead, please.
All right. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
All right. I'm Mubashir Mohammed. I'm from Ghana. Yeah. So I'm speaking from Ghana. Yes. Okay. I'm in the data science cohorts. Yes. I joined. Was it September? Yes. The journey hasn't been easy. Yeah. Like someone schooling you to learn something you don't know about. So even though we are all, most of us will be novice, I want to advise you. Are you really serious about joining a tech company? Yes, then Tenalytics is for you. Because what I can talk about is the drop-in sessions, the watch me do it videos, the CV, using how to use what's the name, ChatGPT. Yes, ChatGPT will do a lot of magic for you. Like I use ChatGPT a lot of times these days, and bad as well. You'll be introduced to so many tools as to how you work with it. Yes, well, right now I didn't know so much about the work I used to do. Was I am IT specialist. We are digitalizing hospitals, public hospitals in Ghana, but we usually use Excel. But upon starting Tenalytics and going into Excel, I realized that yes, we don't even do VLOOKUP at our workplace. We don't do that. But there were so many things that I learned. I'm still learning. I'm not done with the class. Sometimes I even miss a class and I'm crying. How will I even be able to catch up? But there's so much. The whole thing is there. You can still go back to it. Yeah, the drop-in session. They bring people, someone like an HR who is in the company and who is helping employ people to come and give you a talk that this and this are what you are supposed to say before I can take you in. So please, it's not, if you want to join tech, Tenalytics is for you. But let me tell you, you have to put in the work. Yes, the thing will be there for you, but you don't have to sit for it to come to you. You have to put in the work. And frankly speaking, I've learned a lot. I'm still learning. I want to learn more. Yeah. I really disturb people a lot, so they know me. Some of them knows me. So hopefully, yes, I'm around. Yes, the LinkedIn, what's the name? Optimization too is very important. LinkedIn, I remember I had a message from an HR on WhatsApp. I was wondering how the person got my number. I don't have anything on Facebook. I don't go to Facebook. I rarely put anything on Instagram, but it's LinkedIn that I put some things there. So if you optimize your LinkedIn account, it will help a lot. Yes, I'm not sure I can say everything right now. That I will not stop talking. So the whole thing is you need to put in the work. And if you are really interested in joining tech industry, yes, Tenalytics is for you. All right. I guess I have to get back home, so I'll be leaving you. All right, then. All the best in your endeavors. I hope that I'll also be senior to senior to some new juniors. All right, then. Bye-bye.
Absolutely, absolutely brilliant. Thanks very much, Mubashir, for coming up to speak. Super excited that you joined all the way from Ghana, and we've had so many. I can remember Konedu, I can remember Sheila, and so many other Ghanaians who have joined our program. Because somebody was asking, can you connect me to a Ghanaian, alumnus or somebody who has joined, and so on. We have a lot of them, and you get to meet amazing people that would help you through the ropes and make things a lot easier for you, because they would hold your hands and show you that this was what I did, this is what you need to do. Mubashir mentioned something very important, and one of the mistakes that people make as well is you think it's just going to be a breeze or a walk in the park. So you miss classes, you don't work on projects and so on, and you expect a miracle to happen. So again, it's 2024. And for those who are interested, you want to get into tech, you are ready to put in 3 months to 4 months of your life in 2024 in getting that job you've always wanted, then this is the best place for you. Oh, Gustav is here as well. Gustav, okay. I'll ask you to unmute yourself.
Oh, hi. Hi, Adeza.
Gustav, how are you doing today? Where are you joining us from?
So I'm joining from the UK. I'm Ghanaian too, as well. And I joined Tenalytics.
Is today Ghanaians independence or
yeah.
All right, Gustav, go ahead.
Yeah, I joined Tenalytics in October. I'm part of the October cohort, and at first, I had my doubts. I joined Tenalytics through Twitter. I saw a link by one of the affiliates, and I said, okay, let me join one of the meetings. And when I joined, I was like blown away. First of all, I'm a doctor, so I'm moving from medicine into data science, and like I was worried about the transferable skills, but then the drop-in sessions, the mentorship has threw more light. Especially, I think you come more on the mentorship sessions alongside your other co-founder, and you teach us about transferable skills, what to say during the interviews. And I think Mubashir said something about the LinkedIn, which was very important, because I think with the LinkedIn, I've had a lot of people reach out to me. And from my experience with Tenalytics, I've also been able to get 2 of my friends into Tenalytics who joined that later cohort. And I was telling them about how impressive it is, because tech is now and it's the future. And you don't want to be left behind. And also the flexibility of hybrid work and remote work. And because me being a doctor, coming from where you are used to going to work every day and coming to a place where you are working in a hybrid setting. It's quite different. And also the CV, I think the LinkedIn is very important for me because like you have companies reaching out to you, and for whatever reason, I don't know what I did to my LinkedIn, but it seems like most of the opportunities that come my way are very high senior roles, and I tend to tell them that calm down. So I'm still waiting for that opportunity to get the positions where I believe that I can work effectively. But so far it's been good. It also comes from doing our part. Like Mubashir said, you also have to push and push and push to make sure that sometimes you get confused, but then you can speak to your facilitators who go out of their way to teach you. And I see someone asking, can complete novice? Yes, of course. Some of my teammates or my group members, some of them didn't know anything at all, but so far, like, you have people who it's all comes down to you putting in the effort, whether you are a novice, whether you're an expert. The training is such that anyone can learn. Anyone at all can learn, and you all get to be at a point where everyone is at par, irrespective of how you started. So Tenalytics has been very good, and I mean, all is like, it takes two to tango. So Tenalytics and you, just once you do it, everything is going to just fall into place here. So Tenalytics has been really good, and I think even after finishing Tenalytics, you also have the opportunity to still reach out. Should you have any opportunity, if you are still stuck with anything, the opportunity is still there. So once the opportunity comes, if I'm invited, I also come and share my job, like, role and everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Gustav. Good to have you. Thank you for taking out time to come share your experience. Super amazing. Yeah, and I mean that's what we do at Tenalytics in terms of helping Africans, people of the Black community. Mubashir Ghanaian, Gustav Ghanaian. I think we have one more person, Lemuel. Lemuel, I hope, are you Ghanaian too?
Hi, good evening, everybody. No, I'm Nigerian.
I know you're not. I remember you, Lemuel. All right. Lemuel, do you want to put on your video so we can see?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I won't be able to do that. I'm in Nigeria and taking the light. So, but I can share my screen to just yeah.
Go on, please. Okay, Michael, you have some questions. We'll take your questions, Michael. All right. Just immediately after Lemuel is done, we'll take your questions. Stella will take your questions too, don't worry. Yes, we can.
Okay. I think you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see it. Go ahead.
All right. So okay, so I'll just go I'll just rush through quickly. I joined in October 7th. I decided to, upskill, and I actually registered for business analysis with another school just in June, but it was a total write-off. So there was a particular day I was searching for other schools, and then Tenalytics popped up, and I convinced my friend, who is also on the call, Amoma, and we both paid for the October cohort. So ABC Retail Customer Behavior Dashboard was my very first dashboard I created from the first week, learning from Tenalytics, and it was really amazing to see that, okay, I could do this. And then we did the Sunshine Result dashboard the following week, and then we taught Power BI, and this was my very first Power BI dashboard. We also had I don't know if you can see this, process flow. We taught process flow a couple of weeks after by one of the amazing tutors, Linda, and it was really good. So this is something that I used to see a lot of times when I was doing mass comm back in school. We had to do flow charts and all, and I never understood it. But on first trial, I was able to create the as is travel expense process flow using the swim lane, my actors, understanding how to use the start button, the sub processes, you know, the task, the decision box, and all of that. And it really was amazing. And for this is the just before we wrapped up, we had our final capstone project a couple of days ago, and it was mind blowing. So we had a full blown project where we had to do everything that we're taught, from process flow creation to using of Jira. I know so for some of you who want to be business analysts, you probably must have read, and then you've heard about Lucidchart, Draw.io, Jira, and all that. And it was really cool. And this was the presentation from my team. Like, it was so good to be able to literally do a proper business case, which is one of like the hardest things to do. Even sometimes for actual business analysts, this is not something that comes easy, but we're able to do a proper business case. We're able to do a proper stakeholder analysis. We're able to do RSI metrics. Like this whole thing looks weird and strange, but trust me, in less than 2 months, we're able to, you know, get to this point where I've heard a lot about SWOT analysis, but I've never done it. And we were able to do it here. And we did as is process flow, we did the to-be process flow, and then we went over to Jira where we had sprints, understanding how to work with Jira, Confluence, and all of that. It really was amazing, and it's still amazing because we have an internship coming up, and I'm totally looking forward to it. The good news though is me, I don't have chill, so I started applying for jobs in my second week after I saw my first dashboard. I just started applying. We're taught how to revamp our CVs. I've already been on LinkedIn, but we had a LinkedIn class with one of the tutors, and it was cool. We did the LinkedIn profile optimization, and I started applying. I actually got some interviews, but location was a problem. And trust me, you know, when you move from earning 150,000 naira to getting interviews for jobs of $65,000 from Nigeria, yeah, it's really, really inspiring, and it just makes me believe that okay, just a little more work, and yeah, I'll be balling. So truly, they exceeded my expectations. I really looked forward to it. You know, coming in with a friend without even knowing the way I pushed for Tenalytics without knowing what was ahead. I'm actually very happy that they delivered 110%. I know a whole lot right now. Like, I'm sounding so smart because yeah, I learned from good people. And you also need to not just, you know, go through each class. Like, we have to go back time after time to check through the videos, and these are a couple of my team members that I worked with, and it was really nice. So thank you, Tenalytics, for the opportunity, and for whoever is looking to, you know, take the program, if you can afford it, it's something really, really really good. Yeah, thank you.
Phenomenal, absolutely brilliant. Thanks a lot, Lemuel, for taking our time. Your presentation looks absolutely stunning. But Lemuel, before you leave, I want you to take a question, answer a question very quickly, all right? And I want the answer to come from you. Stella is asking in the chat, and she's asking that, can you be patient enough to put people who are complete novice in tech through? So she's simply asking that if she's a newbie, if she's new without any experience, is Tenalytics patient enough? So you are a participant and you have gone through the process. So I want the answer to come from you. So do you want to do you mind answering, Stella?
Yeah. Okay. So the truth is, to be honest, you get that feedback. And one thing I like is there was a particular class we had where our tutor Aisosa taught something really strange where we wanted to do SQL and discuss SQL, right? Or something like that. So we needed to do that, and someone didn't understand how to, you know, launch a database, do the Power Query and all of that. And it had to start from the very beginning. Like, we had already gone like 6 steps ahead, yeah? And he started from the beginning just so she's on the same line with us. We've had a lot of classes where we stretched for 30 minutes extra, sometimes a little longer, just because we had 1 or 2 people who didn't understand. And that was totally fine, because we had an understanding from the beginning that not everybody can understand as fast. There are some people that might understand this particular course very fast, and then the next course, they have no clue what's going on. And it's just amazing that every single tutor that we've had that patience to ensure that everybody in the class was carried along. And we also have, aside that, we also have videos that we can always leverage, go back, watch over and over, and it's the whole class. So even people's questions that you didn't get, you can get to hear them later on to answer some of the questions that you have and all that. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Lemuel, one more time for taking out time on a Saturday evening, late in the night, to come share your story. It's a fantastic story. I loved your presentation. It looks fantastic. And except to tell somebody that you just started learning about 3 months ago, everybody would think you're an expert who has been doing the job for the last 2-3 years. Okay, so keep it up, Lemuel, and thank you very much for coming to share your experience again.
All right, good. Thanks.
All right. So Stella, I hope Lemuel answered your question, because you had that question, and you had a unique opportunity of having 3 people who have joined our program, to come speak about the program. So you get first-hand insight into how your experience would look like. All right. I think we have a question from Nancy. I think Nancy has been trying to ask. So Nancy, I would ask you to unmute yourself. Go ahead with your question, Nancy.
Hello, good evening, or is it good night?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm about to drop an intro of myself.
Okay.
More or less. Okay, so I know that age is not a barrier, but there's a lot that comes with this age. I'm over 40. I'm a mom of 2. I'm not a single mom, but I'm presently in Brazil, and I'm alone with them. And it's quite difficult. I've known Tenalytics. I think the first time I joined your webinar was in 2022. In fact, for you to know, then you guys were still charging 150. It's a whooping. When I saw the difference today, I was scared. Anyway, I've nurtured this fear ever since. Like, if I join, would I be able to keep up with classes? Apart from that, judging from where I'm coming from, would I be able to make anything of it? Because I currently have just a diploma and OND, and I've not worked in a while, so I don't even know where to start from. I'm not brain dead. I believe if I'm able to put in the time, there's also, to an extent, I don't like talking about that area, but there's health constraints. So it seems like a lot. And I'm asking myself, is this something I can really do? I'm quite worried, but Tenalytics keeps coming up. In fact, the truth is I've even recommended you guys to some friends that have talked about data analysis. But then for me to just take that step and do it, I've been quite hesitant. And maybe I just want my fears to be allayed, or I don't know.
Okay. All right. So Nancy, one quick question. Do you have any program in mind that you'd like to join?
Data analysis, or today when you talked about the business analysis, it seemed more compound. So I'm thinking, do I do the business analysis? But it's always been data analysis anyway before today.
All right. So another question, Nancy, do you think 3 hours on a Saturday where you have to be in a class, so 3 hours on a Saturday for the data analytics, on Sundays, you don't have a live class. Sundays, you have bite-sized watch me videos. You can watch at your own convenience anytime. You can even spread out the videos on Sundays to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, at least until you join the next live class on Saturday. So you literally have 3 hours only on Saturdays that you have to attend a live class. And you have to do that for the next 4 months. So I would ask you to think about it. All right. Do you think you can dedicate 3 hours on a Saturday and you spread out the remaining 3 hours into the week before you have to join another live class on a Saturday. Do you think it's something you can do for 4 months?
I don't know. I don't know. My kids can be a handful, but I could try. I was trying to get a friend to do this with me. I've tried to get a friend to do this with me for close to 6 months now, and she's been declining just for motivation. So maybe if I have enough, what I want to get should be enough motivation, but then it's just a lot for me, and maybe that extra motivation would have helped me pull through. I don't know. This is one of my biggest fears.
Yeah. So again, let me throw something into the mix very quickly. And if I don't know if you want to add something to it. What you can also think about is for the data analytics, we have 2 classes. So let's assume you are in Brazil. So what's the time now in Brazil?
It's a 4 hours difference behind Nigeria. So this is about 7:30.
4 hours behind.
PM.
So my advice is it will be a sacrifice, and maybe it will be a sacrifice for you to take or for you to make, whereby you join the morning classes instead of the class that would, actually suit your own current region. All right. So let's assume you join the morning class 11 a.m. So 11 a.m. would be around 7 a.m. your time in Brazil.
Yeah.
Perhaps your kids will still be asleep around that time. So you can join the class, wrap up the class before your kids wake up on a Saturday. So you're done. The only thing is you need to wake up early, maybe wake up around 6:30 a.m. to join the class at 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another advantage that you have again is, just like Lemuel mentioned, all the sessions are recorded. So if for any reason you miss a class, you can always go back to watch the recording. However, we don't advise you to miss more than 2 classes concurrently. So maybe you miss a class this Saturday, next Saturday you miss another class. All right. We don't advise it because a typical class is for 3 hours. And to be very, realistic and practical, if you miss a 3 hours class and you miss another one, you have 6 hours of video content to watch.
Quite a lot,
which can be, very daunting to even start. My advice, Nancy, would be to think about what I've said today, joining early, also taking that first step. That's the most important thing. Trust me, the moment you take a step, you join a class of like-minded people, your contemporaries who are trying to also start. Age is not going to be any problem or a barrier. Trust me. We've had people who are older. 40 is still very young. So we've had people who are younger, who are older, rather, I beg your pardon.
And previous qualification is also not a problem?
It is not a problem at all. Qualification is not a problem. One of the trends, the new trends you'd see today is we coined that competence over credentials from a report by the Boston Consulting Group. So maybe you want to read that article. Just go on Google, search for competence over credentials and type BCG. So you have companies today ditching certificates, no degree, no higher degree, nothing. All they want from you are your skills. All right. So you have those jobs. You have a diploma, you have an OND. Okay. All you have to do is add some very good, data analytics skills on top of that. Build a very good portfolio. Have a good LinkedIn profile. Post what you're doing and how you're learning on LinkedIn, and you'd see a lot of companies come for you. And eventually you can make that transition. Okay. I know it's going to be a major step for you from all what you've said, but think about it. And I think you should take that step. Since 2022, we are now in 2020. 2023 is gone. We are now in 2024. So I think it's a good time for you to start. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Just to add something, Nancy. Yeah.
All right.
So there's something that we've all been in your situation before, whereby there's something we call analysis paralysis. So you are analyzing every possible, every possible thing that might go
Yeah.
wrong, okay?
Yeah.
Without looking at the possibility of, oh, if I actually try this and I put on my hand for 3 months, all right, I'm actually get a job that would, be significant enough to be able for me to buy anything I want, do anything I want, and so on and so forth.
True.
All right. Now, I think that said something which was very sacrosanct is you can never know until you try.
True.
You would never know until you would say, okay, let me just try. Let me just do 1 week. Let me see how 1 week is. And one thing that we pride ourselves, and that's what every other person has come in to say that came to speak today, and even the testimonials you hear from them is have a community. Have somebody that is there for you. Nancy, that will check up on you. Nancy, how far? You didn't come to class today. Oh, what's going on? Oh, Nancy, if you personally are going through something, I say that, oh, coordinator, facilitator, this is what I'm going through at this point in my time. I'm trying to learn. I don't understand this. Oh, I can't make it to class today. Is there someone you can help? If I have other questions while I'm watching the videos, and I get the response. You need a community. You need people around you to be able to guide you through the process. It's not going to be easy. Nobody says it's going to be easy, but that community and the environment that we have built around the courses is what makes it easy for you. All right. So Nancy, I can say, beat my chest. If you go for any of the curriculum, just do the first 2 weeks. I can bet you that you will be the one. You'll be the first person to come to class every day because of how impactful you would learn and what you'll see how you'll see the impact of the things that you're learning essentially. So don't wait anymore. Just try. Honestly speaking, the thing for me over the years has been just try. You never can know until you try. So just try, put your heads into it, and I can tell you when you get the reward of what you're looking for, I would definitely want to bring you in, come and test, for your testimonial so that other people can hear from your story.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot,
Sorry,
Nancy.
one last thing. Based on what you've said, what would you advise? I was talking about data analysis, and now I'm thinking about business analysis based on this webinar. Well, based on I worked with the bank for like 5 years in corporate banking. So I don't know, which would you advise that I go for?
Both career paths are fantastic. I'm not gonna lie to you. All the career paths that we have, they're all fantastic. So you're looking at data analytics and business analysis are very great. Key questions you need to ask yourself is, what type of person are you? So in this kind of situations where people are not sure of what kind of career they want to go into, now you need to look at the kind of person that you are. Are you the kind of person that you like talking to people, you like solving problems, you like documentation, you like processes, you like improving things? That's where you now start to boil down to say like, okay, business analysis it will be for me. All right. So if you're that kind of professional that, if you're a data analyst on the other hand, yes, you will talk to people, but not as much as that of a business analyst. So you need to look at the kind of person that you are, okay? And you can use that as a point of contact to say that, okay, this is what this career path suits me better. So if you're a people person, okay, you're a people person, you know how to talk to people, you know how to document, you know how to, get things done essentially, then the business analysis or the training program for business analysis will suit you better. But if you are naturally curious, like you want to drill in to answer, you always want to get the final answer, you're that person that wants to drill in further. All right, everybody is just saying that 2 + 2 is 4. Okay, fine. Okay, and everybody else is moving on. If you're that curious person to find out, the mathematics or the thing behind that particular problem, you're more curious than the regular person, then data analytics will be that career path for you.
So
you don't need any prior experience to get started in any of these ones. Okay, so your banking background helps you in both career paths. That's why it's a bit tricky. Okay, for us to recommend, or for me to recommend that you should do this over this, because your career path allows you to get started in any of them. All right, I think I don't know if you want to add to that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Ife. I think just like Ife has mentioned, for me, I always also like to advise that go for that career path that you find interesting. Okay, I'm sure there's something you always looked at data analytics, or this is something I want to do, because the interest, and when you start learning, it plays a major role too.
I like research. So I think
Exactly.
it's why my mind has always been revolving around that.
Absolutely. So you're going to find it interesting. So the moment you start, you'll be like, oh, this is what this is. Okay, this is how I can get this done. Or this is how I can drill down a bit into the data to extract more insights. I've seen these insights. Can I go out there to do more research to back up my insights with research? So at the end of the day, you find it exciting. And that excitement is also very important. So yeah, that will help you in deciding and selecting the program that you should go for eventually. And just to give you
Thank
some
you so
level
much,
of
guys.
you're welcome,
Okay.
Nancy. Ikmat was a stay-at-home mom for a very long time when she gave
Okay.
birth and everything. And then she decided she wanted to move back into the job market. Okay, she came to us. She did a data analytics program with us, and today she works with the NHS, full visa sponsorship in the UK. And
Wow.
when you listen, if you listen to Ikmat and what she had to say, you'd find out that she also had that, initial fears of, okay, I have a baby. My baby also, has some expectations from me, my time and so on. But then she just decided to get started, and she's gotten the benefits today. So like if you said, just get started. If you don't start, you would never know what would have happened. It's always going to linger until you eventually get started. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. And thanks for following us since 2022. We appreciate that. So experiencing the growth and seeing that we've been here for the last almost 4 years now. And we are still here. Yes, absolutely.
I
Thanks,
highly
guys.
recommend you guys. So I know I'm opting for the best anyway.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Nancy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I think I'll take about 2-3 more questions. And while I take those questions, just in case you have a question and we can't answer all the questions over this call, what we also usually do is we have a clarity session, a one-on-one session where on a Tuesday afternoon for one session, on that same Tuesday in the evening, we have another session where we don't have as many people on the call as we do currently. So you can have that one-on-one interaction with myself, with Efemena, or I'm currently an accountant, I want to transition, or I'm in the UK, I'm in health and care, I'm a care worker, I also want to transition, what do I need to do? So we have those sessions, and you'll get a link in your email, you'll get a link in your WhatsApp group if you're in any of them. And once you receive that, click on the link to indicate that you want to ask more questions. You need clarity. You want to clarify some certain areas, and we'll be very happy to do that for you. But in the meantime, I'll take questions from Shil, and then I move on to Janet. So Shil, go ahead, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Shil. Sorry, there's no lights around here, so you can't see me. But I actually posted my. Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I already posted my question on the chat avenue. My first question is, I'm interested in the cyber security, and from the interaction during the session, I learned that there's going to be training for 2 months, then another 1 month for training, hands-on training. So I'm actually curious, the hands-on training, is it going to be remote too, or you're going to have to be on site? You're going to have to be assigned to an organization or something? That's my first question. Then the second question is, I'm actually a Nigerian too, and I noticed that a number of Nigerian guys that actually asked question. They talked about the price. As it is right now in Nigeria, the price that are up there, they are way, way, way high. So, and I noticed that nobody is responding to that. So, those are my 2 questions.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot for that, Shil. So the first question on so cybersecurity is 3 months, not 2 months. So 3 months training and then 1 month internship. All right. So you have a project-based learning for 3 months and then 1 month internship. Now, is the internship on site or is it virtual? The internship is virtual and it is project-based. Now, the reason why it is virtual, one major reason, you've listened to Gustav came in, Gustav is in the UK. You have Lemuel, who joined us from Nigeria, and you had Mubashir who joined us from Ghana. So you just imagine the logistics, bringing people from different regions into one location because of an internship. So the advantage of working remotely, and just like so many people want to work remotely, so working remotely is equivalent to also learning virtually, because it's the same concepts, the same fundamentals. So you get to collaborate with contemporaries, your counterparts across different regions, in the UK, in Canada, in Nigeria, Ghana, the US, and so on and so forth. So it is 100% virtual, and it is also project-based. With regards to the fees, unfortunately, Sean, there's nothing we can do about, and it's just simply the rates. It's natural. This time in 2022 or even 2023, £500 was 450,000, right? This same time in 2023, £500 converted to Naira was 450, but today it's 700 plus. And that's not any fault of Tenalytics. It's simply the exchange rates. So what we did in the past is we had a freeze on the exchange rates. We had a price freeze because as the rates were escalating, we couldn't just remove and keep on changing our fees like that because it was going to affect everybody. Imagine you've joined a program, you joined when the exchange rate was 900. You are still on that same program. The exchange rate jumped to 1,005. Will Tenalytics tell you to pay additional money because of the exchange rate? No. So we had the price freeze. But of course, going into 2024, we couldn't still keep that price freeze. And the price freeze we were giving to our participants, I'm just going to give you an idea. We used a rate of 900, even when the rate had gone up to 1,005. All right. So we can't keep on using the rate of 900. Who's going to cover the backlog? If you get what I mean, who will cover the differential of over 600 Naira? So it was simply, we just taking out that freeze and saying, this is the rate, this is the prevailing market rate. And that's what the exchange rate in the Naira fees looked like. It's really not, there was really nothing we could do about it, unfortunately, Sean. But if we look at the dollar rate, the pound rate, it's pretty much remained, constant. And as we add more value to the program, of course, you'd see those changes as well. I don't know if that helps, Sean. So everybody experienced it. If you're a Nigerian, you'd have experienced it, no doubt about it. This time last year, £500 was 450. Today, that same £500 is 750K. And that's just the Naira, a problem with the Naira, not Tenalytics. I don't know if that answers that question for you, Sean. You can just let me know in the chat if that's, helps to address that. I'll take Janet's question next. Janet, go ahead, please. Hi, Janet.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask a question. The first question, I've got several questions, but the first question I have is, I think on your previous slide where the pricing was, I think it was under the business analyst. Yeah, I didn't understand the difference, the marking you did in red.
Oh, okay. You want me to explain that before you move on to your second question?
Please, that was, yeah.
All right, that's fine. So you can make payments in installments. Literally, that's what we are showing. However, just give me 1 second. Let me use my pointer. So you can make payments in installments, the first payment and second payment. So usually the second payment comes in 1 month after your program, would have started. So let's assume you want to join the business analysis. The discounted fee is £500. The first payment is 375 and the second is 125. Okay. However, you want to take advantage of the discount today because the discount is not open to everybody. All right. It's open to the first 20 people who registers for that program. So you can lock in the discount with.
Sorry, my daughter. I'm gonna mute myself. Wait.
That's all right. So you can lock in the discount with £250 today because the program is not starting tomorrow. It's not starting next week. The program starts on the 3rd of February. So you can lock in the discount with maybe a £250 for now. And then before the program starts on the 3rd of February, you pay the balance of 125 to make this first installment. Does that make sense to you, Janet? Or does that answer that question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Right. And also, I hope you don't mind me asking. Also, the is it the Scrum Master? I kind of missed your definition of that job title at the time when you was explaining it.
Okay, all right. So a Scrum Master is simply a project manager that uses the Agile methodology in delivering products or ensuring that the projects that he or she works on is delivered smoothly. Now, what is the Agile methodology? Imagine you're trying to build an application like Instagram or Facebook or any other application, a mobile banking application. The traditional way of project management, the waterfall approach, for example, means that I need to complete the entire application or I need to complete the entire product before it goes into the market. All right. However, the Agile approach would mean that I don't have to complete the entire application before it goes into the market. I can build some certain features of that application, send it into the market, get users to test, get users to use the application and give us feedback. And based on that, on the feedback we get from the users, which are called user stories, we can make adjustments to that application or software. And then we keep on iterating until we complete the project. So it's like you cooking jollof rice. Okay, as an analogy, you cooking jollof rice. To cook jollof rice, you need to boil the water, put your rice, get your tomatoes, get your oil and all of those ingredients. Waterfall means I put everything, ensure that the jollof rice is ready before I give it to my customers or whoever I'm serving to taste and tell me that the jollof rice is nice. Agile means I'm going to boil the rice to the texture that I think the customer would want. Give them to taste it. Is the salt enough? If you say the salt is enough, I know that the salt is enough. I put the next ingredient, put the Maggi, put all the other ingredients, and I give you to test or to taste and tell me what you think until I complete the entire cooking of the jollof rice. So with that, I make less mistakes. I have a product that fits the market. So there's a market fit because I've always given it to the users to test and give us feedback. So the Scrum Master is an expert in that area of Agile, doing things, testing, iterating until you have that product available to the market. So it's simply a project manager focused on the Agile methodology. So that's pretty much what the role entails. I don't know if that helps to explain, Janet. I think you've muted again. Let me ask you to unmute.
Yes, it is. And then the final question is going back to the internship.
Yes.
You said that they're going to give us projects. How many projects do we do during the internship period?
For which particular program?
Either the Scrum Master, or I was thinking about the is it the data scientist, I think it's called?
Okay. All right. And the reason why I ask is because the different programs have different projects you're going to work on. And also in terms of the numbers, the Scrum, for example, you work on one major project, and the project is a mobile application development. Okay, you're going to work on a project where you'd have a software developer, you'd have business analyst, you'd have your product owner, different stakeholders on that project, and you would build a real web application, and you would be the Scrum Master managing that project. Okay, so that's for the Scrum. On the other hand, as a data scientist, during your internship, you'd work on about 4 different projects. Okay, so you work on about 4 different projects. Same with the data analytics. You work on about 4 different projects. The business analyst, you work on 2 projects. One of the projects is also a web application for the business analyst, while the other one is a process optimization project. You saw what Lemuel presented. That's a capstone. After the capstone, you then move into the internship, where you get to work on 2 other projects. Okay, so depending on the program will determine the number of projects and the type that you work on. However, one thing I also want to mention, in terms of your portfolio as a data scientist when you are done, would not just contain 4 projects that you work on at the end during the internship. No. As you move during the class, every class you work on, I'll quickly show you that, Janet, before we leave. I'll take you to the data science. Every class you work on, you get to work on a project. And those projects, you add them into your portfolio. So let's go to the full stack data science for November. Okay, and you'd see some of the projects that they have worked on during the course of their journey. So the internship project, fantastic. However, you'd work on multiple projects as you progress in class. So introduction, week 1. Let's go to the very first one, data cleaning in Excel. Let's go to the class material. Okay, so for data cleaning alone, you'd work on 3 different projects just on data cleaning with Excel. The first one is Oasis Data Solution. All right, so this is a company where they have a problem. Okay, and what's the problem? The project background. You are a junior data scientist at Oasis Data Solution, working alongside experienced senior data scientists. The problem involves identifying and rectifying errors, filling of missing data points, removing redundant information. Okay, that's what you want to do. So this is a company that exists. And as a data scientist, as a data analyst, data cleaning forms 75% of the task you'll be carrying out. Because if the data is not clean, if the data is not appropriate for analysis or for you to build that model you want to build, you really can't do anything. Okay, so this is one. Still on data cleaning, you get to work for another company called Vector Data Incorporated. It's also a data cleaning case study. You have about the company, you read about that, the overview of the company, the project background, the aim of the project, to clean the data, separate customer name into, you see all the things you need to do, and you work on that. And you have another one for Savvy Solutions Africa, another data cleaning project. And this is how you would learn. So you're not only going to work on projects when you get to the end of your learning journey. No. Every class you work on a project. Same, if I go to this class, we look at the materials, you'd see project. Well, let's look at another one and see. And then here you have a dashboard group project. One of the ways you would learn is working together in groups. Okay, Lemuel showed her capstone, and you can see that the capstone, she didn't work on it alone. She had other group members, and that's the beauty of collaborating, sharing ideas, because that's how you work in the real world. You don't do it alone. You have support. You have people who do certain things while you focus on other things. Okay, so dashboard project, you have the project case study, and then you present your case studies. So for somebody who wants to become a data scientist, you have to present, you have to communicate your findings, you have to show what you have done beyond just the analysis and the Python and the Excel and the Tableau and so on. And this is where you get to present for your group. Okay, so again, like I said, your classes are project-based. All your classes are project-based. Okay, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, Janet. However, when you get to the very end where you have to work on your capstone, you have to work on your internship, you then have 4 projects that you're going to work on as a data scientist. All right. Okay, I think we're going to call it a day at this point. And if there's anybody who has questions, and we haven't answered your questions, when you receive the recording for this particular session, you'd have a link for you to indicate if you want a one-on-one, you want a clarity session, and we can sit with you on Tuesday, and then we help address those questions. We have 2 sessions, 2 clarity sessions on Tuesday. So it's either you join the one early in the day or the one that happens later in the day. Okay. A quick question, can I benefit from the discount rate at a later start date due to... Absolutely. Jasmine, what you can do is you can make payments now to secure the discount, and then you can start at any date that you're convenient with. If you can start with March or February, you can start in, you can defer your program 1 month ahead. So if you can't start in February, you can start in March, or you'll be freer in April, you can start in April as well. Okay. Can someone without statistics, maths, and programming? That's the reason why we are here. We didn't design our programs for people who already have the background or have the knowledge. No, we're not going to get anybody into tech by doing that. The reason we are here, Ego, is for people like you who have 0 experience. I started with 0 experience. My background is in industrial chemistry. Efemena is in economics. That's my first degree. So 0 experience, 0 knowledge, but we were able to build a successful career over the course of a decade. How did we do it? And that's why we are here to teach you how you can also learn all these things, starting from the very basic. You don't need to have any experience, okay? You don't need to have any experience or prior knowledge or prior degree to be in any of our programs, all right? Okay, I'm just going through to see if we have any unanswered question. What's the minimum I can use to secure my space in Naira? 300,000 is the minimum, Nancy, 300,000. So instead of paying the first installment of 540, you can pay 300 to secure the discount and make the balance payment before the class starts. All right. And all you need to do is use the link on the slide, the main start link, and use the Naira option, or you can use Paystack, or you can simply just send us a direct transfer to our Naira bank account. All the details to make payment, you have them here in the Tenalytics Enrollment Center. Okay, so we're going to call it a day at this point. And guys, please, thank you very much, Nancy. You've recommended so many people, referred so many people to us. Mubashir said the same thing. Gustav said the same thing. And the reason why people refer, let me tell you why. It's very simple. Gustav has joined the program. It exceeded his expectations. He wants other people to benefit. Mubashir has joined. It exceeded his expectations. He wants other people to benefit. So if you think there is anybody that can benefit from any of these or any of our programs, recommend this to them. Send the recording to them when you receive it. Follow us across all our social media platforms, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on X, on Facebook, on where else? All our platforms, so you can keep track of every single event we have for the month of January. Like Efemena said, this is January 2024. No grief for anybody. This is the time to get into tech. Get started and get your journey going. All right? Thank you very much, guys, for joining us on a Saturday evening. And I hope you've learned 1 or 2 things. It's always a very fantastic experience for me, sharing my knowledge, sharing experience, answering questions like this. And I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday, where we can have a more one-on-one, one-to-one engagement for some of the questions we've not been able to address today. Ife, any parting words before we call it a day?
None for me. I think we've said all the things that we need to say to get people get up to get it started, to get into the tech space this year. One thing you don't know, one thing we'd like to say is you can never know until you try. Put your legs in there. The reason why we have this particular wonderful community, and we'll spend the last 2 hours talking about the benefits and all the things that you need to learn. The last couple of hours is just to show you, to give you that confidence that you are in the right place. Okay, so all you need to do is secure your position, get started, and by March, April, when you are earning your sweet salaries, you will remember. You honestly, you would not remember the investment. A lot of people are usually very skeptical, all right, which is a normal thing. But that's the reason why we spent the last couple of hours telling you, showing you proof. We get evidence. Nobody say we don't get. We get. You could go to a YouTube channel. You could go to our Instagram. You heard from people, like people actually came in, spent the last 2 hours, stayed on the call to wait till the end of the call to be able to talk to you, to tell you that, oh, they are going through the curriculum and this is the benefit they're getting and so on. So, you know, the reason why we have this so much proof of concept is so that you can actually, it makes it easy for you to make this decision. All right. So regardless of anywhere you are, regardless of whatever time you are, you just need to start. Just start. You have a community. All right. Just start. I will work with you to get it started. All right. Thank you very much. And I think that's just it from my own end. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. And if you ever need to reach out to us, you have want to send us an email, want to send us a message, you can do that using this email, enquiries@10analytics.io, or you can send us a WhatsApp on any of these numbers, and one of our customer success associates would respond to you. You can ask us questions on Instagram, on Facebook, anywhere. Go to YouTube and listen to all these amazing people, and you get to hear their own journey as well. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. On Tuesday, 2 p.m., if I'm correct, 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 2 p.m. West African time, and also 11 p.m. West African time. So we have those two timings. For those in the US who want to join, you know, such is the clarity session, you can join the one later in the evening. And for those who want to join earlier, around 2 p.m., we'd also have you join the call. But you receive the details in your emails and your WhatsApp groups. All right. Thanks very much, guys. Enjoy your Sunday and have a wonderful weekend. And welcome to 2024. Cheers, everybody.